Chapter 1167. I'm going to Kunlun Mountain to return the Origin opening sword. Yen Zhaoge smiled. The matters of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion also have to be taken care of a little. When I see Xiao Ai and mention it to her, she will definitely come straight here without a second word. Xue Chuqing also smiled slightly. That child. Right, mother, do you want to see junior sister Sikong? Yen Zhaoge asked. Right, there were also a few people who resembled her. I inadvertently found them, and brought them all back to Broad Creed Mountain. Xue Chuqing shook her head lightly. To be honest, I feel guilty towards them. I am the one who has affected their lives. Yen Zhaoge suddenly thought of something else as he asked, Mother, when you scattered the heavenly essence stone fragments, was there no pattern to it at all, or was there a certain pattern? If there is a pattern, is it based on the average number of worlds, or based on the population of each place? Based on the initial reaction, the greater the population of a world, the more such characters will appear. Xue Chuqing was rather taken aback. Of course I hope that it can be divided equally among the various worlds. Otherwise, the number of worlds in the world beyond worlds would probably surpass the sum of all the lower world. That would be too conspicuous. Sadly, this is not something that I can decide. She was keenly aware of something. In order to avoid being seen through by others and finding them because of me, I have always avoided contact with such people. What do they look like? Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di exchanged glances. Yen Di swiped through the air with his palm, a row of images appearing. Looking at Si Kongqing, He Ying, Yu Baoqi, and the others whose facial features were exactly the same, Xue Chuqing was speechless. Her looks are so outstanding. Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di both looked like they didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Not only is his appearance outstanding, his talent in martial arts is also superior by a notch. However, he has to refine his qi into aura-qi and reach the martial scholar realm before it can be displayed, Yen Di said. Xue Chuqing had a gloomy look on her face. I only realized today that I did something stupid back then. People like Si Kongqing and the others with outstanding looks and outstanding talent were so numerous, yet they all looked exactly the same. It was hard not to notice them. Even if many of them were buried, there were too many of them, and they could still be discovered by people with ulterior motive. If he had an average-looking face, then so be it. If he were to be thrown into a crowd, he would be the first to be noticed. How could he be hidden? This was especially so in the world beyond worlds. Due to the population, there were probably hundreds or even thousands of such people. From what you said earlier, it seems that they are not commonly seen in the world beyond worlds? Xue Chuqing quickly reacted. At least, it's much less than I expected. I've only seen 2 of them so far. Yen Zhaoge said solemnly, if it is really as you say, that there are more people in the world beyond worlds who look like junior apprentice sister Xiao Sikong than there are many lower worlds combined, this should have long since drawn the attention of others. From there, it spread to many lower realms, searching for people like Si Kongqing. It wouldn't have been so calm until now. Either my initial judgment was wrong, and it wasn't based on the equal distribution of population, but on the equal distribution of different worlds. Xue Chuqing's expression became extremely serious. However, the possibility of this happening is very low. I shouldn't have been mistaken back then. Yen Di pondered for a moment before saying, or, someone has long since discovered this and has been secretly searching for these people who resemble junior apprentice nephew Sikong. Moreover, he has already found many of them, just that he has not made it public. This matter is worth paying attention to, Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. Yen Di and Xue Chuqing both nodded slightly. After discussing for a while more, the family of 3 went their separate ways according to their previous plan. Yen Zhaoge took his leave of Yen Di and Xue Chuqing, returning to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion first. Due to his battle with the black-clothed brocade emperor, the auction of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had been forced to a halt. Everyone and the local residents of Yuanzhou City had retreated from the city lest they be affected by the battle. After Yan Zhaoge and the black-clothed brocade emperor had left, they did not return to Yuanzhou City, as they instead remained where they were and silently observed the situation. No one knew what the final outcome of the battle would be. They did not know if Yan Zhaoge and Sikong Qing would return to Yuanzhou City as they battled. Before the dust had completely settled, everyone was prepared to play it safe. If they were affected by the battle between immortal experts, they would not even be able to complain if they died. Still, just the battle before the two sides had left Yuanzhou City had already greatly broadened everyone's horizons. Yan Zhaoge, a late immortal bridge martial saint, had actually directly suppressed the black-clothed brocade emperor into retreat. This was something that no one had ever seen before. It was virtually unheard of at all. Even if Yan Zhaoge had not been victorious in the end, just the scene of him beating the black-clothed brocade emperor into constant retreat and leaving Yuanzhou City in defeat was already sufficient to be recorded in the annals of the world beyond worlds history, becoming an eternal legend. Everyone eagerly wished to know what the outcome of this battle would be. Meanwhile, the detailed or rough news that was continuously transmitted back afterwards refreshed everyone's understanding time and time again. Not only had Yan Zhaoge surpassed everyone's expectations in advancing from the 8th level of the Martial Saint Realm to the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm within a short period of time, Yan Di had even ascended from the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm to the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm, achieving the human exalt stage. There were many obscure acupoints in the human body which were extremely difficult to resonate with the stars. Therefore, it would be increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed. Some late immortal bridge martial saints were just short of refining a few acupoints. However, just these few acupoints were often so close yet worlds apart that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were as many experts as there were clouds in the world beyond worlds. While there were not many experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm, there was still a considerable amount of them. Amongst them were people like the Southeastern Swords Mistress Zhang Yunying, the star-plucking practitioner Guan Lide, the Grand Plainness Origin Lady Tao Yu and the treasured branch suppressing Peak Zhang Shuren, who were all veteran experts of the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm many years ago. Yet, they had never managed to take this final step. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to achieve the human exalt stage. After many years of development and cultivation in the world beyond worlds, a great number of genius martial practitioners had emerged as they had successfully converted their potential into strength as expected. Many of them had surpassed their predecessors. While they were younger and of a later generation, they still had hope of attaining the human exalt stage. Yet, all these years, there had only been Nie Jingshan who had truly taken that final step. Qing Shizi's death aside, Qilin Cliff's Li Juanxin and ingenious Flying Peaks, He Shixing were both still at the 9th level of the Martial Saint Realm. Now, someone else had finally achieved the human exalt stage after Nie Jingshan. This person was none other than Yan Di, who had been unknown for over a decade ago, having only recently risen to fame. Li Juanxin, He Shixing and the others had surpassed their predecessors, their momentum surpassing that of Tao Yu and the others. Yet, Yan Di had walked ahead of them once more. Broad Creed Mountain, which had risen up like a comet, had still been rumored to have no immortal bridge martial saints a few years ago. Now, however, it had already produced an human exalt. The following news was even more shocking. Chief Yen of Broad Creed Mountain having just ascended to the human exalt stage, he consecutively defeated 2 human exalts? Those who heard the news were all rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even with an immortal artifact accompanying the Earth Exalt, he was still defeated? Chapter 1168. Having just attained the human exalt stage, Yan Di had defeated the exalt Wang Zhengqing and the upper exalt Chen Qianhua in succession. When the news came, everyone was horrified. But when he thought about it carefully, although it was unexpected, it seemed reasonable. After all, that was someone who had slain the previous Southern Exalt Zhuang Xin at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm. I heard that when sect leader Yen was in the lower worlds, others didn't dare to call him by his name directly. Instead, they used a homonym and added an extra w in between his name. They called him Invincible Yen, meaning that he was invincible among grandmasters and great-grandmasters. The Manor Lord of Wind Thunder Manor, Heng Xiandao, sighed emotionally. In the world beyond worlds, this title was even a joke at first. It was only after Chief Yen slayed the previous Southern Exalt that no one mentioned it anymore. But today, I'm afraid I'll have to bring up the same topic again. Moreover, it would no longer be a joke. Everyone in the world beyond worlds would have to seriously evaluate this figure, who had suddenly risen up like a comet. He had once been the son of the exalted gold luminary, and was likely invincible amongst martial saints now. At the very least, he was one of the people closest to this honor. The news that followed was more shocking than the last. The Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had been slain by Yen Di in the Eastern Vast Heaven territory. Following the death of the previous Southern Exalt Zhuang Xin, another human Exalt had been slain by Yen Di. Afterwards, the origin opening sword of Jade Capital Crag had emerged, landing in the hands of the fallen deity Yen Zhaoge as the black-clothed Brocade Emperor had been utterly defeated. What shocked everyone the most was that the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had been domineeringly slain by Yen Zhaoge. As this news spread, the entire world beyond worlds fell silent for a time. Everyone's first reaction was not shock, but confusion. Even the death of the upper Exalt Chen Qianhua would not affect the world beyond worlds as greatly as it did now. On one hand, it was because Chen Qianhua was a loner and rarely interacted with others. On the other hand, it was because he had only been famous for a little over 100 years. As for the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, he was virtually the founding figure of the world beyond worlds, having weathered so many storms alongside the world beyond worlds for so many years. When the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had reigned supreme, it had been the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing who had interacted with the various powers of the world beyond worlds most of the time. His prestige came not only from the earthly sovereign, but also from himself. Wang Zhengqing had left behind a deep imprint in the entire history of the world beyond worlds. He was someone who was destined to be unable to avoid discussing the world beyond world. Although he was a martial saint, if he died, his influence would be comparable to a martial emperor. How could such an existence be suddenly killed today? Innumerable people of the world beyond worlds were all at a loss at this moment, as they were somewhat unable to come to their senses. In the southwestern Vermilion Heaven territory, close to the border between the central June Heaven territory and the western Turtle Heaven territory, a white-robed man stood in the void, silent for a long time. The few disciples beside him were all dumbfounded at this moment. Only after a long while did the disciples regain their wits, turning to look at that white-clothed man. Master, senior apprentice Uncle Yen killed an Earth Exalt. This is a little too. The white-clothed man was the southwestern Exalt Bai Tao. He had left the mountain upon receiving Wang Pu's message. On one hand, he had rushed to reinforce the central June Heaven territory, while also keeping an eye on the western Exalt Lang Qing of the western Turtle Heaven territories, Nongli Mountain. However, the sudden news caught him off guard. The Earth Exalt is a descendant of the earthly sovereign at the end of the day. After a long time, Bai Tao moved once more, heading towards the central June Heaven territory. Things are not going to end well now. The martial practitioners who had gathered in the vicinity of Yuanzhou City for the auction of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion instantly fell silent when they heard the news. When everyone finally gradually digested this news, they were all indescribably shocked. Those who were qualified to participate in the auction were all extraordinary figures, as they were all mighty figures of their own territories. They all acutely sensed that today's matter was probably just the beginning. The influence of this battle was likely to be extremely profound, even completely shaking the situation of the world beyond worlds which had been stable for many years. As everyone looked at those of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion now, their gazes turned complex. The earthly sovereign had accumulated his authority for many years, possibly even having the support of the concealed sovereign. Broad Creed Mountain and the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had the sword sovereign behind them. As the two sides faced off, with the north and south peaks of Kunlun Mountain as their respective centers, the martial practitioners of the world beyond worlds vaguely seemed to be divided. The northern high peak's Jade Capital Crag had risen to prominence rather late, as its foundation and prestige were inferior to that of the southern high peak's Qilin Cliff. Still, aside from the elusive Chen Qianhua, the most outstanding young geniuses of the world beyond worlds were virtually all closely related to Jade Capital Crag. On the contrary, while Qilin Cliff's lineage was not lacking in numbers, they did not have a single young standard-bearer who could be mentioned in the same breath as Yan Zhaoge and the others. At the same time, many major powers of the world beyond worlds were currently deeply entangled with the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion. This was not something that could be done just by drawing a clear line between them. Even if they were determined to win the trust of Qilin Cliff, time would still be needed to verify it. What was most concerning was that with the earthly sovereign outside and the concealed sovereign in secluded cultivation, Broad Creed Mountain actually vaguely seemed to be in a situation where no one could stop them. Unless the few emperors who were still in the world beyond worlds joined forces to suppress them. Still, with the current situation, it was already extremely fortunate that the female emperor was not helping Broad Creed Mountain. The Brocade Emperor was in trouble himself, and the Encompassing Emperor was neutral and impartial, leaving only the Heaven Emperor alone. How the situation would change after the earthly sovereign returned and the concealed sovereign emerged from seclusion was a matter for the future. Before that, Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Capital Crag clearly held the absolute advantage. The current world beyond worlds was their world. If they offended Yan Zhaoge and the others because they wanted to side with Qilin Cliff now, they would probably have nowhere to run to, as they could only wait for someone to avenge them in the future. Such a situation left everyone rather conflicted. As a result, when Yan Zhaoge returned to the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, no one knew how they should greet him upon seeing him. Yan Zhaoge seemed completely unconcerned about this as he smiled, and nodded to those he was familiar with before walking towards Xiao Ai and the others. "Xiao Ai, my mother is fine. Do you want to go see her?" Hearing his words, Xiao Ai's eyes instantly widened as she nodded like a little chick pecking at grains. "Yes, yes, yes, yes. Right, you can go to the eastern vast heaven territories, remote Cloud Mountain, on your own. My father and mother have both gone there," Yan Zhaoge smiled. Hearing his words, everyone's hearts jolted. While they had vaguely guessed it after hearing that the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven had been slain by Yan Di, hearing it personally from Yan Zhaoge now still felt rather emotional. The East Peak of Taoism, Broad Creed Mountain, was truly going to live up to its name this time. Also, unlike Nongli Mountain, which occupied the Western Turtle Heaven territory, soon to become the lord of the Eastern Vast Heaven territory, Broad Creed Mountain's influence would definitely not be limited to just the East. Instead, it would be a massive entity that shook the entire world beyond worlds. While they were martial saints, Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di, who were superior to true immortals, had only just begun to display their limitless potential. In the future, their accomplishments would be even more terrifying. Meanwhile, East Peak's Broad Creed Mountain vaguely came to stand against Middle Peak's Kunlun Mountain. Everyone seemed to be able to see that Kunlun Mountain was no longer the sole center of the world beyond worlds. Chapter 1169. While everyone's line of sight was concealed as much as possible, how could Yan Zhaoge not have detected it? However, he didn't say anything. After he watched Xiao Ai happily head towards the east, he turned around to look at Qiu Jihai and Wang Pu, who was similarly returning to the vicinity of Yuanzhou City. "Thank you for lending me your sword, Senior Brother Wang," As Yen Zhaoge said this, he opened his palm. An ancient sword flickering with a faint golden radiance appeared in his hand. It was the immortal artifact, the Origin Opening Sword. At this moment, the power was no longer activated and the divine object concealed itself. At first glance, it didn't seem all that special. However, if anyone concentrated and tried to see the specific appearance of the ancient sword, they would be deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Their souls would be bewildered, and they would be hurt by the sword will unknowingly. Even though the sword intent of the Origin Opening Sword wasn't very ferocious, a sword was a weapon of slaughter after all, so its sharpness was naturally far from what other treasures could compare to. Wang Pu received the ancient sword with a bitter smile on his face. Zhaoge, I never thought that you'd actually. Although we are enemies, I have to admit that the Earth Exalt is a determined and unyielding opponent. Yen Zhaoge said, even if we let him off this time, he will definitely continue to use other methods, not stopping until he has achieved his goal. This matter involves my mother, so I have no choice but to strike first. Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Wang Pu and Qiu Jihai. It is just that this matter may involve Senior Apprentice Uncle Yu and the Senior Apprentice Brothers of Jade Capital Crag. I am truly sorry. Wang Pu and Qiu Jihai forced a smile and shook their heads. Now that things have come to this, let's think about how to deal with the aftermath first. Qiu Jihai sighed. It is unknown when the concealed sovereign will emerge from seclusion, and it is also unknown when the earthly sovereign and master will return to the world beyond worlds. It is unknown who will return first. The difference between the two is really great. Next, I'm going to make plans for this. Yen Zhaoge briefly mentioned that Astro Sovereign might be in the northern profound heaven territory. He might also leave the world beyond worlds. If anything happens, you can contact my father in time. Following this, our clan may still need to trouble you with some matters. I thank you in advance here, Yen Zhaoge said sincerely. Qiu Jihai looked at Wang Pu, who remained silent. His temperament had always been steady and composed, and his style of doing things was actually somewhat conservative. Lending the Origin Opening Sword to Yen Zhaoge was in order to prevent the enemy from becoming too powerful and endangering their safety. Who would have thought that Yen Zhaoge's family would achieve a complete victory in the end, even slaying the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing? This was definitely not Wang Pu's original intention. He was willing to help Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di resist the pressure from Qilin Cliff. However, he had never thought that Jade Capital Crag would completely break off relations with Qilin Cliff and officially start a war. However, after imagining his master Yu Jinbei's reaction, Wang Pu could only sigh, "Just go, Zhaoge. I will help Marshal Uncle Yen to stabilize the situation. If the Astro Sovereign could come out and help mediate, that would be the best." Many thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Wang, Senior Apprentice Brother Qiu, Yen Zhaoge said apologetically. To some extent, Jade Capital Crag was tied to his chariot. While Yen Zhaoge had never been soft-hearted when it came to screwing people over, he was indeed feeling very apologetic towards Wang Pu and the others at this moment. If he said anything else now, it would be too pretentious, so he could only remember it in his heart. On the other hand, it was to adhere to his own principles. If he made a mess, he would try his best to deal with the aftermath. Right, I hope Senior Apprentice Brother can help mediate the grudge between my mother and the Northwestern Red Sea. Yen Zhaoge said, if the treasure my mother obtained from the Red Sea is still there, my father would probably persuade her to return it. While the Northwestern Exalt Lien Zulin had also pursued Xue Chuqing previously, ever since she had learned of the relationship between Yen Zhaoge and Jade Capital Crag during the opening ceremony of Broad Creed Mountain a few years ago, the Northwestern Dim Heaven territory had already stopped pursuing her. If the treasure is no longer there, our sect is also willing to try our best to compensate for it. Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands. Wang Pu shook his head and said, Junior Apprentice Brother Yen, don't be so polite. Are you going to the Northern Profound Heaven territory now? I will go to Kunlun Mountain with you, senior apprentice brother Wang, and then head north. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Hearing this, Wang Pu's heart immediately jumped a little. However, thinking that Wang Zhengqing had already died in Yan Zhaoge's hands, no matter how shocking other things were, it was actually nothing. Since he had already decided to go with Yan Zhaoge, he calmed his mind. Where are you going? Hee. Yan Zhaoge chuckled, causing Wang Pu, who had originally already stabilized his mind, to feel his hairs stand on end once more. Yan Zhaoge smiled without saying anything. He turned to Qiu Jihai and said, Senior apprentice brother Qiu, please help to appease the guests who came to participate in the auction, and explain to everyone that the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's monthly opening will still be held as usual. However, there is no time limit for the customized service. If there is an urgent need, please be patient. He would be busy with other things, and his time was not stable, so he could not stay in Dragon Butterfly Valley for artifact refining. Usually, when he opened the pavilion to sell treasures, he had the stock to support it. As for the customized service, he would have to wait until he had time. After asking Qiu Jihai and others to help deal with the aftermath of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, Yan Zhaoge went to Kunlun Mountain. When Wang Pu entered Kunlun Mountain with Yan Zhaoge, and saw a high peak standing in the distance, his face suddenly fell. I can go there by myself. Senior apprentice brother Wang, please wait. Yan Zhaoge said with a smile, and then walked in the void towards the peak. Ahu stayed where he was and asked Wang Pu curiously, Mr. Wang, where is that? The illusory coming peak, Wang Pu said with a painful expression. The mountain gate of Heaven Emperor. This was the illusory coming peak of Kunlun Mountain, where the Heaven Emperor's mountain gate was located. Looking at Yan Zhaoge's back, Wang Pu's expression gradually became solemn. After thinking for a while, he already understood Yan Zhaoge's intention. Yan Zhaoge came here not only to vent his anger, but also to make a voice to the whole world beyond world. A silent declaration. A declaration that would shake the current situation of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the world beyond world. After Yan Zhaoge killed Wang Zhengqing, everyone in the world beyond worlds was in a dilemma, and they were all watching the follow-up developments. Yan Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain were now giving these onlookers a clear statement. They did not intend to bow down to the Qilin Cliff and beg for forgiveness. The Broad Creed Mountain moved to the eastern vast heaven territory, became the Lord of the East, and solidified the name of the East Peak of Taoism, which was the first step. And now, Yan Zhaoge was taking the second step. Heaven Emperor has visited my Broad Creed Mountain twice, which is a great honor. I dare not forget it. Yan Zhaoge walked in the air, and came to the top of the illusory coming peak. Today I come to return the favor. I wonder if Heaven Emperor is in the mountain? He raised his palm upward, and then his palm fell on the illusory coming peak below. The towering mountain towered into the clouds. But at this moment, under Yan Zhaoge's palm, it instantly became small, like a teacup. Chapter 1170. The Heaven Emperor had traveled to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, intending to obtain the later Earth text hidden there. However, in the end, he was stopped by Nie Jingxian. Afterwards, news of Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di consecutively defeating the black-clothed Brocade Emperor, Chen Qianhua and Wang Zhengqing spread. This was especially so when Yan Di had slain the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven and Yan Zhaoge had slain the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing. After learning of the situation, the Heaven Emperor knew that there was nothing he could do. He had hoped that Nie Jingxian would be lured away by Wang Zhengqing and Chen Qianhua. But in the end, while Nie Jingxian was as steady as Mount Tai, he was the first to break down. While Nie Jingxian would not be able to do anything to him, if Yan Zhaoge returned to the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory with the origin opening sword, the Heaven Emperor would not be able to remain as calm as he was now. Therefore, he could only come in high spirits and return in disappointment. Seeing that the later Earth text was right in front of him, he could only return empty-handed. Yan Zhaoge did not know where the Heaven Emperor had gone after leaving the royal reed sea. But that didn't stop him from knocking on the door today. The flipping sky seal hit the illusory coming peak of Emperor Qian's Taoist field without hesitation. Almost at the same time as Yan Zhaoge made his move, there was a flash of light over the illusory coming peak. The dark yellow light revealed strands of clear radiance that were condensed, heavy, and full of vitality. Light and shadow fluctuated before Yan Zhaoge's eyes as a solidified great earth seemed to appear, which was comparable to when the earth exalt Wang Zhengqing had opened the yin-yang earth mountain river diagram back then. Above the ground, an enormous tree that reached into the heavens appeared. Its branches and leaves swayed, covering the dome and supporting the sky. Yan Zhaoge's palm landed on the crown of that massive tree. Amidst the rumbling sound, all the branches and leaves of the huge tree that seemed to be supporting the heavens were bent. Even the thick and straight tree trunk was trembling. "Heaven Emperor, please." Back then in the royal reed sea, this Yen once said that even if I did not push open the door to immortality one day, you would not be able to do anything to me. Yan Zhaoge stood towering amidst space, the ancient tree that was as thick as a heavenly pillar resembling a blade of grass beneath his palm. "Now that this Yen has come to fulfill his promise, does your majesty not intend to personally test it out?" His palms continued to press down, and the towering tree was gradually being pressed down by his palms. At this time, the earth around the illusory coming peak suddenly shook. Streams of light flowed on the ground one after another, forming a complex and profound formation pattern. With the illusory coming peak as the center, a pillar of qi suddenly broke out of the ground and rose to the sky like a fountain. The 4 pillars of qi were green, red, white, and black. The cyan energy pillar was brimming with life force and endless life energy. The red pillar of energy was as hot as fire. The essence of raging fire wantonly spread out. The white pillar of qi was sharp, and the will of metal cut through the void. The black pillar of energy was majestic and vast, and the boundless rivers, lakes, and seas gathered together. The illusory coming peak itself rose along with the 4 qi pillars. Streaks of yellow smoke rose like yellow dragons, hovering around the illusory coming peak, making the earth image more solid and heavy. The power of the 5 elements revolved at the same time. 4 small and 1 large formation patterns spiraled in the air, forming 5 halos of light that occupied the east, west, north, south, and center respectively. Under the effect of the great formation, the towering tree, which was about to be bent by Yan Zhaoge's palm, regained its vitality and gradually withstood Yan Zhaoge's palm and stopped falling. Yan Zhaoge looked at the great formation guarding the illusory coming peak with great interest and praised. "Although I only saw it briefly in the royal reed sea, I already knew that the Qian Emperor's attainments in formations were really extraordinary. Seeing this formation today, it is enough to prove that he deserves his reputation. However, my current cultivation realm is not comparable to that of the past." He shook his head with some regret. "It's a pity that we can't compete face to face in formations." Wang Puyuan looked afar. Although the upper exalt broke through the mountain gate of the brocade emperor of the ingenious flying peak, and Zhaoge is strong enough, there are still differences between the ingenious flying peak and the illusory coming peak. The Qian Emperor has always been famous for his formations. His attainments in formations are likely to be the first among the 5 emperors of the world beyond world. Therefore, the mountain-guarding formation and protective restriction of the illusory coming peak were actually more powerful than those of the ingenious flying peak. If the Heaven Emperor guarded his own mountain gate, he had the geographical advantage. Although he had no immortal weapon, even if other true immortal emperors had immortal weapons, it would be difficult for them to win. In the entire Kunlun Mountain, the geographical advantage of the illusory coming peak was probably second only to the cave of the 3 sovereigns. But it seems that the Heaven Emperor is not here. Ahu covered his eyes with his hands and looked at the illusory coming peak, which was trying its best to resist Yan Zhaoge. He scratched his big head and suddenly said, "Is he worried that the family head, the young master, and the Southern Supreme Nia will come together? If he has the origin opening sword, I'm afraid he has nowhere to run. Although the Heaven Emperor is not here, the great formation running on its own is already powerful enough. The illusory coming peak is not as good as the ingenious flying peak." Wang Pu smiled bitterly again and looked down at the origin opening sword in his hand. Not only did he kill the Earth Supreme, but he also wants to use it to break through the illusory coming peak today? "Mr. Wang, you worry too much." Ah Hu gave a silly smile at this time. "Since the Heaven Emperor is not here, the young master will definitely not borrow the origin opening sword. As for the formation in front of us," before Ah Hu's voice died away, Wang Pu opened his eyes wide. Yan Zhaoge pressed his palm down and suppressed the changes of the 5 elements below. As he said, the palm momentum of the cyclic heavenly seal in his right hand was still pressing the great formation from above. Then, Yan Zhaoge's left index and middle fingers stood together like a sword and made a stroke in the void. The turtle and the snake intertwined, and the yin and yang hugged. First appeared the image of the black tortoise. Then the black tortoise shed blood, and the fierce sword light fell on the illusory coming peak's mountain guarding great formation like a storm. On the illusory coming peak, a Taoist appeared and said with hatred, "Yan Zhaoge, you've gone too far. Is Kunlun Mountain a place where you can run wild? Your master has come to the Royal Reed Sea twice, and I've come to the illusory coming peak for the first time. How can I go too far?" Yan Zhaoge said with a smile, and the sword momentum suddenly changed. "It's hard to say whether I can run wild in this Kunlun Mountain or not, but you certainly can't." After the beheading the black tortoise, it was the beheading the azure dragon. His target was one of the 5 Qi pillars supporting the great formation, the Cyan Qi pillar. The formation, which had already been weakened by the slaying black tortoise, suffered another attack from the slaying azure dragon. The green pillar of Qi was of the wood element of the 5 elements, being most fearful of martial arts like Yan Zhaoge's slaying azure dragon. The circulation of the 5 elements was interconnected, so it wasn't that easy to restrain them. However, Yan Zhaoge was also proficient in the changes of the formation. His sword moves were not just a strong attack but full of variations. He was specifically looking for the weak points of the illusory coming peaks formation. The combination of beheading Xuanwu and beheading Azure Dragon swept through the opponent like a storm. At the end of the day, the one controlling the grand formation was not the Heaven Emperor himself. Even if he exerted all his strength to unleash the variations of the grand formation, how could he possibly outmatch Yan Zhaoge? The more they clashed, the more Yan Zhaoge understood this formation. As time went by, the formation of the illusory coming peak finally couldn't keep up with the speed of Yan Zhaoge's sword. The ferocious slaying azure dragon first cut through the green energy pillar. With the circulation of the 5 elements broken, the overall strength of the formation immediately dropped. Yan Zhaoge slashed the Xuanwu tortoise once more, severing the other 4 pillars of Qi. Finally, the right hand that had been suppressing from above suddenly slammed down. The big formation protecting the illusory coming peak was completely broken. Chapter 1171. Under the heavy pressure of Yan Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal, the crumbling formation was finally broken. The 5 Qi pillars all collapsed, and the abundant spiritual Qi dispersed, forming 5 huge vortexes, squeezing into a ball, almost engulfing the illusory coming peak. The chaotic spiritual Qi storm had already overwhelmed the people on the illusory coming peak. Since His Majesty the Heaven Emperor is not here, I won't embarrass you little ones. But the illusory coming peak can't stay. Yan Zhaoge leisurely came to the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back. The disciples of the illusory coming peak under the Heaven Emperor could only leave the mountain without looking back. At this moment, everyone could see that if they dared to stay on the mountain, they would immediately be buried with the mountain gate. No one said anything harsh, and they just wanted to stay as far away from Yan Zhaoge as possible. Being stubborn at this time would not only make people laugh, but also directly cost their lives. Yan Zhaoge didn't pay much attention to them, and went to the center of the main peak of the illusory coming peak. There was a Taoist temple here, where the Heaven Emperor's Taoist field was located. Yan Zhaoge broke the outer defense restriction, walked in calmly, and went all the way to the backyard without paying much attention to the things around. Here, a towering ancient tree with branches and leaves flashing a faint cyan light stood quietly. Unfortunately, it's not a real ginseng fruit tree, but a grafted one. The spiritual qi of the fruit is much inferior, but it's also very rare. Yan Zhaoge smiled, and directly reached out and closed his 5 fingers. As if an invisible giant hand appeared in the air, the towering ancient tree was dug out by its roots. Its roots seemed to run through the whole illusory coming peak and went deep into the ground. But now it was also swept away by Yan Zhaoge, together with the rocks and soil. With this movement, the huge illusory coming peak shook violently, and the whole mountain began to collapse. Yan Zhaoge stamped his foot for the last time, and the famous fairy mountain of Kunlun Mountain completely collapsed, razed to the ground, and ceased to exist. In the clouds in the distance, Wang Pu and Hu looked down and saw dust flying in the Kunlun mountain range, and the whole mountain range, centered on the illusory coming peak, became shorter. Yan Zhaoge carried a towering tree that was many times larger than his body. He stepped out of the collapsed mountain range step by step, and came back to Wang Pu and Hu. "Junior brother Yan, I have to say, I almost forgot that you had such a profound attainment in the way of formations," Wang Pu said with a wry smile. In fact, it was not that he forgot. It was just that Yan Zhaoge's performance in other areas had been too dazzling these past few years. Yan Zhaoge's performance in the way of refining artifacts was too dazzling. Moreover, on the path of crafting artifacts, it left one tongue-tied and speechless. He had single-handedly supported the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, stirring the hearts of the entire world beyond worlds as many long-lost treasures had reappeared in this world. Regardless of whether it was martial arts or weapon forging, it was something that required a huge amount of time and energy. Yan's he cultivating and clans Yan's Dao. Palace Yan's in martial arts and Zhaoge knows. And however, Yan Zhaoge was good enough to overlook all living beings. As a result, Wang Pu had unconsciously overlooked that before Yan Zhaoge had established the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, when he had still been a seeing divinity martial saint, he had once used a 9 bends Yellow River formation to bury a bunch of immortal bridge martial saints. Because he felt that since he was so excellent in martial arts and refining artifacts, he should have no energy to take care of other aspects. But now Wang Pu had to admit that this idea was wrong. "No, the idea itself is not wrong," Wang Pu said with a wry smile. "It's not wrong to use it on others, but on junior brother Yan." Yan Zhaoge nodded to Wang Pu with a smile. "Senior brother Wang, sorry to keep you waiting." Then he looked at Hu and said, "Take this tree to the eastern vast heaven territory and give it to my father. He can deal with it." There was no need to ask Wang Pu and others. They would not forget the jade capital crag when they got the fruit. Yan Zhaoge raised his hands and closed them in the middle. The gigantic tree, which was so huge that it pierced through the heavens and earth, suddenly became the size of a sapling. Black and white qi circulated around the sapling, preventing it from returning to its original state. Then Yan Zhaoge handed the sapling to Hu. "Young master, do you want to think about going to the Qilin Cliff?" Hu took the sapling, with a simple and honest smile on his face, but his eyes were full of a greedy look. The corner of Wang Pu's mouth twitched. He looked at the pair of master and servant in front of him speechlessly. "The Qilin Cliff? Not now. Maybe later." Yan Zhaoge waved his hand and said casually. Hearing the first half of Yan Zhaoge's words, Wang Pu let out a sigh of relief, but hearing the second half, he inevitably felt a headache. "But young master, the earthly sovereign is not here, the concealed sovereign is in seclusion, and the Earth Supreme was killed by you outside the Kunlun Mountain. Now the Qilin Cliff is like a group of dragons without a leader. Ahu asked curiously. Wang Pu smiled bitterly, because that is the mountain gate of the profound immortal. The protective restriction and the mountain gate formation are all set up by the tranquil profound immortal, the earthly sovereign. Different from the illusory coming peak, even if there is no one to manage it, we martial sages can't touch it. Unless the earthly sovereign has fallen, and that place has been left unattended for at least 1,000 years, or even longer, to become a relic cave residence. Then we may be able to go in. Ahu blinked his eyes and looked at Wang Pu. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. But Wang Pu obviously understood what he meant, and the bitter smile on his face became more intense. Even with the origin opening sword, it won't work unless an expert who has really pushed open the immortal door can control the origin opening sword. Young master, what if you reach the supreme realm? Ahu asked quietly. Yen Zhaoge said carelessly, have you seen the sword light that senior master you sent back at the opening ceremony? Ahu nodded, powerful and terrifying. It beat the Heaven Emperor and the others without any power to fight back. Let's not talk about the fact that senior master you didn't use his real martial arts at that time. Yen Zhaoge shrugged, not just me. Suppose there is a martial sage in this world who is so powerful that he can subvert the world's cognition. Although he can't hurt a true immortal who has successfully passed the immortal mortal tribulation, he can beat that true immortal like playing with a ball, and play with him however he wants. At least from the scene, it looks like a profound immortal fighting a true immortal, right? Yen Zhaoge asked. Ahu couldn't help but nod. Yen Zhaoge continued, however, if this martial saint were to fight against any profound immortal, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Why? Ahu scratched his head and asked in puzzlement. Because a true immortal is leakless, while a profound immortal is tranquil. Yen Zhaoge said with a smile, 4 people in the human world, leakless and tranquil, are the most intuitive differences between a true immortal and a profound immortal. It has nothing to do with martial cultivation, talent and physique, but the rules of the world itself. If you can't transcend, you have to follow them. If you can transcend, then a profound immortal is naturally nothing. Chapter 1172. Ahu had been learning martial arts for many years and had always been following Yen Zhaoge. Naturally, his knowledge and experience far surpassed his peers. He frowned and thought for a while. Then he asked, leakless and hard to hurt, tranquil and undisturbed? That's right. Leakless and hard to hurt, tranquil and undisturbed. Wang Pu sighed and said, the word tranquil here means that nothing in the mortal realm can cause any trouble. Ahu scratched the back of his head and said, can't cause trouble. Does that mean that no matter offense or defense, nothing can cause trouble? That's right. Yen Zhaoge shrugged and said, when a martial saint fights against a true immortal, they can't hurt the true immortal. However, they can resolve the true immortal's attacks and even break their move. Even if they can't kill a true immortal, it's not impossible for a martial saint to capture and suppress a true immortal if the difference in strength is too great. Seeing Wang Pu's pained expression, Yen Zhaoge smiled and said, of course, no one can really do it. But at least, it's not something impossible. That's why we often say that a true immortal descends to the mortal realm and is undefeatable. However, that doesn't mean that they're invincible. However, if a profound immortal descends to the mortal realm, he's truly invincible. Yen Zhaoge waved his hand and said, because a martial saint can't kill a profound immortal. Strictly speaking, you can't even touch him. On the other hand, no matter how strong your defense is, a profound immortal can break it with a flick of their finger. It's like nothing. They just need to blow and your defense will be gone. Leakless true immortal is hard to hurt in the mortal realm. Tranquil profound immortal is undisturbed by the mortal realm. Ahu said thoughtfully, so this is tranquil, that's right. Just like the example I gave just now. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, if a martial saint is so powerful that he can beat a true immortal like a grandson, but if he and this true immortal were exchanged for the same profound immortal, the true immortal might perform better. At least, he would have the chance to retaliate, while the martial saint would fall instantly. Don't you think it's abnormal? But this is the basic principle of the world of creation. If you don't transcend, you must abide by it. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms and said, a martial saint defeating a true immortal is also abnormal for most people. Wang Pu coughed a few times, while Ah Hu smiled foolishly. Well, it sounds like I'm blowing my own trumpet. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips. Moreover, there are strong and weak true immortals as well. True immortals who are extremely powerful and far surpass their peers might not necessarily be unable to fight against Xian immortals. But just like how it is difficult for martial sages to injure true immortals, it is also difficult for true immortals to injure Xian immortals. At the very least, they would be able to put up a fight. Unlike when martial sages faced Xian immortals, they would only be left with helplessness and despair. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, of course, it's also very difficult. It's even rarer than a martial saint contending against a true immortal. Since ancient times, there were only a few who managed to become a profound immortal. After all, which profound immortal expert is simple? The higher one's realm was, the rarer it was to challenge someone of a higher realm. In the end, it completely disappeared. Wang Pu looked at Ah Hu and sighed. That's why I just said that we can't break the Qilin Cliff even with the Origin Opening Sword. The Origin Opening Sword is a leakless immortal weapon, which can't hurt a profound immortal. However, Earthly Sovereign is not at the Qilin Cliff now. So, if a very powerful emperor comes to drive the Origin Opening Sword, or even without the Origin Opening Sword, he may break the Qilin Cliff, just like how junior brother Yen could break the illusory Coming Peak and Upper Chun could break the ingenious Flying Peak. However, a martial saint can't break the mountain gate of a profound immortal with the leakless immortal weapon. After all, he can't drive the immortal weapon with all his strength, and the gap between the two is not one, but two. Ah Hu scratched his head and said, there must be some reasons for this, right? The reason is that it's not easy to become a profound immortal. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. After pushing open the immortal door, you have to go through tribulations for every increase in realm. Once you fail, you will die. But it was also because of this that every increase in realm was like a whole new world, which was no less than a martial saint crossing the boundary between immortal and mortal. That was why Wang Pu said that there were two heavenly chasms. When a martial saint becomes an immortal, this tribulation is called the immortal mortal tribulation. Yan Zhaoge said, when a true immortal becomes a profound immortal, he also has to go through a tribulation. It's called the immeasurable tribulation, also known as the pure profound tribulation. Just like the immortal mortal tribulation, if you pass it, you will be in a whole new world. If you fail, you will die and turn into ashes. If a profound immortal wants to reach a higher realm in the future, he also has to go through a tribulation. Yan Zhaoge explained, this is related to cultivation. Ah Hu, you're still far from the immortal realm, so I didn't mention it to you before. Martial artists of our generation cultivate by refining their true essence, while immortal realm experts have to breathe in and out immortal qi. Immortal qi is actually a more general term. Strictly speaking, immortals have 5 qis, also known as the 5 truths. The 5 qis are righteous qi, transforming qi, bright qi, evil qi, and clear qi. All of them are collectively known as immortal qi, but they are different. Righteous qi. The so-called righteousness here didn't mean justice or fairness. Instead, it represented the unwavering, firm, and stable qi. It represented the unchanging and unmoving side of the world of creation. Transforming qi was the opposite of righteous qi. It was a qi that was flexible and changeable. It was never changing and never stopped. It represented the changing and changing side of the world of creation. The world changed and creation changed. In short, the creation of the universe had always been moving forward incessantly, changing incessantly, and developing incessantly. However, if there was no morality to stabilize it and maintain the balance and rhythm with the chi transformation, and if it relied solely on the chi transformation, the world of creation would naturally be thrown into disarray. It would quickly collapse and disintegrate, and it would die halfway. Bright chi represented the flourishing vitality of the world of creation, the bright and beautiful side of it. No matter if it was moving from stability to change or from change to stability, as long as it was developing in a positive direction, it would be the beauty of bright chi. Evil chi was murderous and murderous. It represented the collapsing and decaying side of the world of creation, heading towards destruction. In contrast to bright chi, it wasn't limited to change or stability. Instead, it reflected the evil side of the world of creation. When the world's evil chi flourished, calamities would occur continuously until the world was destroyed in the end. Clear chi was neutral and peaceful. It was like the connection point, the middle point, or the fulcrum of everything. It could also be said to be the foundation, harmonizing and circulating the other four chis. Martial Saint Realm martial art practitioners, and even martial art practitioners of lower levels, can also breathe in and out immortal chi. However, it's only breathing in and out. It's greatly beneficial to our cultivation, but it's ultimately not the foundation. Moreover, it has to be appropriate. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to bear it. Yen Zhaoge said, if one can successfully pass the immortal mortal tribulation, cross the boundary between human and immortal, and push open the immortal door, one can completely transform one's true essence into immortal chi. Precisely because one's true essence transforms into immortal chi and cleanses one's body, the martial art practitioner's true essence would no longer be able to harm a true immortal filled with immortal chi. This is how the name Leakless came about. However, the immortal chi of a true immortal is only one of the 5 immortal chis. As for which one it is, it varies from person to person. As Yen Zhaoge spoke, he first raised a finger, and then raised a second finger. If a true immortal can successfully refine his body with the second kind of immortal chi and pass the pure profound tribulation, he can combine the 2 chis and transform his immortal chi into immortal aura. Chapter 1173. Yen Zhaoge put his index and middle fingers together. When 2 chis combine, it's not the change of 1 plus 1 equals 2. Instead, it's the difference between one and many. That's why it's so different. The purification of immortal chi and immortal aura was like the purification of true essence into immortal chi. After crossing this threshold, a true immortal who controlled only one immortal chi wouldn't be able to hurt a profound immortal who had combined 2 chis and cultivated the immortal aura. This situation was similar to how a martial saint couldn't hurt a true immortal. With immortal chi, it was hard to hurt a true immortal in the mortal world. With immortal aura, the mortal world wouldn't be disturbed. The immortal aura of a profound immortal could easily shatter a martial artist's true essence, be it for attack or defense. Therefore, a profound immortal would always be peaceful in the mortal world. In other words, a profound immortal would never truly fall into the mortal world, and wouldn't be corroded by the mortal world. Young master, from 1 to many, not from 1 to 2, right? Ahu pondered over Yen Zhaoge's words and keenly discovered some mysteries. Yen Zhaoge and Wang Pu both laughed. That's right. From 1 to many, not from 1 to 2. Wang Pu said approvingly. The difference between a true immortal and a profound immortal lies in the combination of more than one immortal chi and transforming it into the immortal aura. It's not simply refining 2 kinds of immortal chi. Therefore, if a profound immortal refines the 3rd or even the 4th kind of immortal chi, his strength will increase, but it's still within the scope of cultivating the immortal aura. Wang Pu said and stretched out his fingers like Yan Zhaoge. However, he opened all his fingers at once, after refining 4 kinds of immortal qi. If a profound immortal can successfully refine himself with the 5th kind of immortal qi, he'll have to pass the tribulation. If he passes the tribulation, he'll enter a whole new world that's different from the profound immortal world. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, when all 5 kinds of immortal qi combine and form the 5 qi's unification, it's the difference between incomplete and complete. Therefore, it's a new chasm, a new world. Ahu smacked his lips and said, I roughly understand. Even a true immortal great emperor would find it difficult to break the protective restriction left behind by a profound immortal sovereign. However, if one's strength is not enough, it's not impossible to break it after spending some time. After all, it's not like facing a true profound immortal. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, however, even if a martial saint possesses an immortal artifact of the leakless level, he would still be unable to do so. At the end of the day, he still cultivates in true essence and not immortal qi. As for tranquil grade immortal weapons, martial sages are unable to use them. Even if they had one, there is no need to think too much about it. Ahu scratched his head and suddenly asked, Young master, it seems like the 5 qis collecting in mind is a Taoist saying. What if it's a netherworld demon or a Buddhist martial artist? Yan Zhaoge smiled, nodding, good question. There are differences in the details or appearance, but the most fundamental thing is the same, or at least similar. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, back then, Buddhism created a cultivation technique different from Taoism in order to get closer to the truth of this world and see through the true Great Tao. It was just that they were advancing along a path that they believed to be correct. Of course, this is part of the reason why Taoism has a clear understanding of one's own position. However, the essence of it isn't to be unique or to fight. When one reaches the peak of the Great Tao, they would always return to the same place. That's because everyone is pursuing the truth. Yan Zhaoge waved his hand. Therefore, if you study the advancement of Buddhist experts, you would realize that while it's different from Taoism, there are still some similarities between them. It's the same for the 9 underworlds demonic Tao. In fact, compared to Buddhism, they are more similar to Taoism, especially in the division of realms. That's why I said that some rules have nothing to do with what martial art a martial artist cultivates or their talent in comprehension. Instead, they are the rules of this world of creation and the universe itself. If one doesn't transcend it, he would have to abide by it. If one didn't want to abide by others' rules, he would have to make his own rules and let others play according to his rules. However, if that's the case, it wouldn't be the authority of the law anymore. Instead, it would be the power of the Tao, which would naturally surpass the original Great Tao. As such, it was naturally not something that true immortals and profound immortals could achieve. It was a meaningless assumption. Ahu nodded upon hearing that. Young master, I understand. He scratched his big head and suddenly thought of something. He asked, Young master, female emperor is known as the number 1 among the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds. Isn't she very close to the profound immortal realm? Is she just a step away from it? I don't think so. When I saw female emperor in the royal Reed Sea, I felt that she wasn't ready to pass the pure profound tribulation. As Yan Zhaoge said that, he looked at Wang Pu. The reason why she's so powerful is that she's more outstanding than her peers? Wang Pu said, I'm not sure about that. Master should be clearer about it. He sighed. Anyway, it's not easy to advance from true immortal to profound immortal. Master also said that it was quite difficult for him to pass the pure profound tribulation. It's not easy indeed. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Currently, Yan Zhaoge had more contact with some of the 5 true immortal experts of the world beyond world. Among them, the Heaven Emperor and the Brocade Emperor had more contact with each other, so Yan Zhaoge had a general understanding of their ascension paths. Needless to say, the Brocade Emperor in black and the Brocade Emperor in white had to decide the winner first. If the Brocade Emperor in black who walked the ruthless path won, he had to kill Fu Ting and Meng Wan first, and then get the Tai Splendor Cloud and the Tai Fist. Only in this way could he have a chance to pass the second immortal Qi to refine his body, pass the pure profound tribulation, and turn the immortal Qi in his body into immortal Gang. Otherwise, if he dared to take the risk to attack the pure profound tribulation, there was no other possibility except death. The Brocade Emperor in white, who walked the sentimental path, was even more embarrassed. At present, even if he killed the Brocade Emperor in black, it was still unknown what his future path would be. As for the Heaven Emperor, he also had a long way to go. However, the later Earth text was really important to him. With the later Earth text, he might not be able to pass the pure profound tribulation safely and reach the profound immortal realm, but at least there was hope. A sword cultivator's combat level is usually excellent, but it's difficult to make progress. Yan Zhaoge praised. It's even more difficult for senior apprentice Uncle Yu to catch up with the earthly and concealed sovereigns in the future. Wang Pu said with a bitter smile, "Now I just hope that master can return to the world beyond worlds as soon as possible. If so, let's bid farewell here. Take care, senior apprentice brother Wang. Ahu, don't delay on your way and go directly to the eastern vast heaven territory." Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. Wang Pu nodded. "Junior apprentice brother Yan, be careful this time. Rest assured, young master. I will bring the things back to the family head as soon as possible." Ahu also nodded and said, "After the matter is done, I will be on standby in the northern profound heaven territory." After saying goodbye to the two, Yan Zhaoge turned into a flowing light and went all the way north. After looking for Feng Yunxing, he came to the northern profound heaven territory again. Chapter 1174. Cloud Pavilion Mountain Profound Remnant Monastery. This was where the Tao Arena of the Northern Exalt of the World Beyond Worlds 10 Exalts was located. Having arrived here, Yan Zhaoge did not go to Profound Remnant Locale. Instead, he came to a town built by the side of the mountain outside Cloud Pavilion Mountain. Their broad Creed Mountain was openly at odds with Kunlun Mountain's southern high peaks Qilin Cliff. Now that they had come to the north and directly paid a visit, they would inevitably be suspected of forcing them to take sides. When the world beyond worlds had been searching for Xue Chuqing previously, the Northern Exalt had restricted his disciples from staying outside. Whether it was Xue Chuqing or Yan Zhaoge, they had both been moved by this. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge did not force him to do anything. Since the Northern Exalt wanted to remain aloof from the world and not involve himself in any conflict, Yan Zhaoge would grant him his wish. However, Yan Zhaoge believed that the other party would return the favor. From what had happened to Xue Chuqing over the past few years, the Northern Exalt had more or less felt sympathy and praise towards the dim radiant emperor. Although he did not ascend the Cloud Pavilion Mountain this time, as the ruler of the North, the profound remnant monastery would definitely receive the news soon. The Northern Exalt's reaction would be known soon enough. Coming to that small town, Yan Zhaoge calmly looked at the people coming and going. This was a place that Feng Yunxing had once visited. Yan Zhaoge looked quietly at the scenery and the flow of people within the city, rather spellbound. Not long after, he regained his senses and turned around with a faint smile. A young girl in yellow entered his sight. It was precisely Profound Remnant Locale's disciple Guan Yuluo, who was also the granddaughter of the Northern Exalt, Taoist Wading Guan Ku. "Long time no see, Miss Guan." Yan Zhaoge smiled as he greeted her. As she neared, Guan Yuluo first appraised Yan Zhaoge curiously, as though she was seeing him for the first time. "This isn't the first time you've used such a gaze to appraise me," Yan Zhaoge smiled. "Every time I see you, I feel like I've never really known you before." Guan Yuluo blinked her eyes and said, "Ban Xian, you really did Elder Wang of Qilin Cliff?" Yan Zhaoge nodded calmly. "That's right, I did it." Guan Yuluo's eyes were still filled with disbelief. "Alright, is there any news of Yunxing?" Yan Zhaoge first asked. The reason Guan Yuluo had appeared was that she had long since become acquainted with Yan Zhaoge because of Feng Yunxing. While in the current environment, someone from profound remnant locale coming out to meet Yan Zhaoge was a problem in the eyes of others. There was still some leeway in the end, causing others to have some reservations as they were unwilling to directly fall out with him. "There's no news about Sister Feng." Guan Yuluo's mood suddenly dropped. She also missed Feng Yunxing very much. It was just that in front of Yan Zhaoge she was more restrained, because she felt that as compared to herself, Yan Zhaoge would probably feel even worse. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he consoled her. "Yunxing will be blessed by the heavens." Yes, but it's a pity that grandfather can't calculate Sister Feng's current situation. Guan Yuluo sighed before pulling herself together and looking solemnly at Yan Zhaoge. She said softly, "Before I left, grandfather said something. He's here, but I don't know where he is." It sounded like a sentence without any head or tail, but Yan Zhaoge instantly understood its meaning. The Northern Exalt looked old and frail, as if his neck had already been buried in the ground, as he might pass away at any moment. But actually, he had a sharp mind and could see through many things clearly. The broad Creed Mountain and the Kunlun Mountains, southern high peaks Qilin Cliff, were officially enemies. Although they had the Sword Sovereign behind them, facing both the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign at the same time, they would definitely be under a lot of pressure. Yan Zhaoge and the others definitely had to think of a plan. The roving Jade Heaven's profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage might be able to help them. However, they couldn't do it unless they had no other choice. If the roving Jade Heavens were involved in the internal affairs of the world beyond worlds, the nature would completely change. Even the Sword Sovereign might not be willing to do so. Although he could get along well with the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor, he had an extremely bad relationship with the other peak experts of the roving Jade Heavens. It could even be said that their enmity was as deep as the sea. If they didn't look for external help, and wanted to look for a powerful helper within the world beyond worlds, there was only one best choice for Yan Zhaoge and the others. Before the Sword Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign of the Three Sovereigns, he was also the exalted water luminary of the Kunlun 9 luminaries in the past. He had a close relationship with Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, the exalted gold luminary Yan Xintong. In recent years, many people in the world beyond worlds had gradually forgotten about the Astro Sovereign, but the Northern Exalt wouldn't. The Northern Exalt knew about the disappearance of the Astro Sovereign. As one of the oldest and most experienced Exalts of the 10 Exalts, the Northern Exalt had experienced the era of the Astro Sovereign. He also knew that the Astro Sovereign had disappeared in the snowfield in the north. As the Lord of the Northern Profound Heaven Territory, he naturally knew more than the other Exalts. However, that was all he knew. As for the specific reasons and details of the Astro Sovereign's disappearance, he didn't know much. That was why there was a saying that the Astro Sovereign was here, but no one knew where he was. For Yan Zhaoge, this was certainly not enough for him to find the Astro Sovereign. However, he also understood the deeper meaning of the Northern Exalt. The disappearance of the Astro Sovereign might really be related to the 9 underworld. In the world beyond worlds, only the 3 sovereigns, the female emperor and the dead Wang Zhengqing, might know the details. Not to mention the other Exalts, even the encompassing Emperor and the Heaven Emperor might not know the details. The reason why the Northern Exalt knew some clues was that he was guarding the Northern Profound Heaven Territory. That's a good thing. I don't know the details, and others don't know the details either. Yan Zhaoge thought, even if they know that I will go to the Astro Sovereign for help, they can't stop me. The earthly sovereign hadn't returned, the concealed sovereign was in seclusion, and Wang Zhengqing, the only one who could play a role, had already been killed by Yan Zhaoge. The only uncertain factor left was the upper Exalt, Chen Qianhua, who had the origin heavenly scripture and could see the past and the future. However, the Brocade Emperor couldn't compare with Astro Sovereign in terms of cultivation. Chen Qianhua wanted to figure out the things about the Astro Sovereign, but he couldn't gain much from it. Even if he knew the existence of Chu Lily from Wang Zhengqing and started to work on her, he still needed to rest in a short period of time after being wounded by Yendi's saber. Yan Zhaoge had time to find the Astro Sovereign. What worried him was that female Emperor Jie Mingkong wouldn't suddenly fall out with him, would she? After saying goodbye to Guan Yuluo, Yan Zhaoge left the small town and continued to the north. He stepped into the world of ice and snow in the north again. Walking in the wind and snow, red light flashed in Yan Zhaoge's eyes. The sharp red light vaguely spurted out from his eyes and cut the void. Yan Zhaoge looked over and saw that in the world of ice and snow in front of him, there were many black lines, some far, some near, some sparse, some dense. Every black line was actually a crack in the spatial domain. However, these cracks were not stable. They were in the state of alternating between cracking and healing. So they were not the real space passageways or the wounds of the sky. However, how could he find the Astro Sovereign? The reason why he looked for Feng Yunxing was that the Northern Exalt had demarcated a limited area in advance to search for the Astro Sovereign. However, if he looked for the Astro Sovereign one by one, it would take him decades or even hundreds of years. Chapter 1175. The disappearance of Astro Sovereign was very likely related to the 9 underworlds, which was an important clue that could greatly reduce the search scope. However, there were still many possibilities. If it was related to the 9 underworlds, it would definitely take a lot of time and energy. Once he found the wrong one, he would waste a lot of time. But for Yan Zhaoge, it was easier to find Feng Yunxing this time. Astro Sovereign's cultivation was much higher than his. Since it was related to the 9 underworlds, Yan Zhaoge didn't need to look at Astro Sovereign. He just needed to look at the abnormal phenomenon in the 9 underworld. Yan Zhaoge first chose a space crack that might be related to the 9 underworlds. This crack was still in the state of healing. There was no devilish qi seeping out of it. It would be difficult for others to find it. But for Yan Zhaoge, who had some knowledge of the faceless devil scripture, it was much easier. Flying in the snow and ice of the world beyond worlds, Yan Zhaoge stepped on the air and lightly drew a line in the air with his finger. A red light loomed on the tip of his finger. The sword light of the immortal trapping sword easily broke the unstable space crack. After the space crack was broken, it gradually formed a domain passageway. Yan Zhaoge stepped into it. Before entering, he stopped and turned around, nodding slightly at the empty void in the distance. Then, he continued walking forward. He only needed to move forward. After Yan Zhaoge disappeared, a haggard old man with turbid eyes and a little hunchback slowly walked to the entrance of the domain passageway. It was the Northern Exalt. Looking at the pitch-black entrance of the domain passageway in front of him, he sighed and sat down cross-legged. Although the domain passageway Yan Zhaoge entered had the Land of Tranquil Stream as a buffer and didn't directly connect to the 9 underworlds, the Northern Exalt still had to be careful. One of his duties in guarding the north was to keep a close eye on the Land of Tranquil Stream, which was connected to the world beyond worlds and the 9 underworlds which might exist behind it. Although he wouldn't directly deal with Yan Zhaoge, since Yan Zhaoge had opened the entrance, the Northern Exalt naturally had to guard here just in case. The old man looked at the domain passageway in front of him with his turbid eyes and murmured to himself, "What an eventful time, with the Northern Exalt guarding here." Yan Zhaoge didn't have any worries after opening this crack. He stepped into it and passed through the passageway. When the space-time changes in front of him gradually stabilized, what appeared in front of him was darkness. There were no twinkling stars in the gloomy void. There was only a patch of gloomy radiance. At this moment, the void seemed to have turned from intangible to tangible, and it was stained with dirt. It was the Land of Tranquil Stream, which was derived from the void eroded by the 9 serenities. Yan Zhaoge didn't stop. Instead, he kept moving forward towards the deepest part of the land of Tranquil Stream. That was where the 9 underworlds resided. After a long and arduous journey, the terrifying aura of the 9 underworlds that could shake one's soul grew thicker and thicker. Finally, there was an end to the gloomy land of Tranquil Stream in front of them. Layers of black fog filled the air, and there was even an evil and ferocious blood-red luster flashing in it. This terror was boundless and boundless, like the sky and the sea. Yen Zhaoge did not pause in the slightest as he strode into the devilish baleful Qi. This time, he could feel that the faceless Devil Sutra, 8 Desolation Thunder Palm, 6 Spirits Demonic Fist, and other demonic cultivation techniques seemed to have become more active and autonomous. As the saying goes, when the Tao grows, the devil grows. But most of the time, the Tao grows and the devil grows as well. It's like 2 sides of the same coin. Yen Zhaoge was not surprised. The reason why his devilish nature seemed to be more easily stimulated this time was that his cultivation realm was higher and his strength was stronger. Therefore, his demonic cultivation also improved along with it. Especially that day in the 9 underworlds, in order to deal with the Brocade Emperor and Chen Qianhua, Yen Zhaoge condensed the faceless heavenly devil incarnation and displayed the 8 Desolation Thunder Palm recorded in the Devil Creation scripture. That battle made Yen Zhaoge's attainments in these 2 demonic cultivation techniques improve by leaps and bounds. Now that he returned to the 9 underworlds, it was naturally easier for his devilish nature to be stimulated. However, it didn't cause any trouble to Yen Zhaoge. The peerless heavenly scripture silently operated, instantly suppressing the restless devilish nature, and everything returned to normal. He took a deep breath and showed the body of the big black Buddha again. Then, the big black Buddha stretched out his palms and displayed another supreme martial art recorded in the Devil Creation scripture. Among the 8 extremities of creation, heaven, earth, wind, thunder, water, fire, mountain and lake, it corresponded to the phenomenon of earth and earth, the earthly secret seal. In the past, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository had a limited collection of demonic cultivation technique. Among them, the most powerful one was the complete faceless devil scripture. However, the Devil Creation scripture was incomplete. Among the 8 extremities of creation, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository had 3 of them. Other than the 8 Desolation Thunder Palm corresponding to the phenomenon of thunder, this earthly secret seal corresponding to the phenomenon of earth and earth was also one of them. Now, Yen Zhaoge used the faceless devil scripture as the foundation and transformed into the big black Buddha to increase his adaptability in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, which made it easier for him to circulate the devilish qi. Then, he used the secret seal of the earth element. This seal was both an external art and an internal art. Combining martial arts and martial arts, it had many wondrous uses. When Yen Zhaoge displayed it now, he seemed to be calm and unmoving like the earth, and calm and deep like a secret. However, it was as if the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had completely sunk into hell and turned into the demonic Tao. Under this state, his perception in the 9 underworlds increased greatly. But this method was not very useful to find Feng Yunxing. Under the influence of the exalted Rahu luminary, Feng Yunxing had to hide herself from others. Most of the time, she kept moving and went deeper into the 9 underworld. As for Astro Sovereign, Yen Zhaoge speculated that he might be fixed in some place. In Yen Zhaoge's opinion, Astro Sovereign might be suppressing something. Just like the extreme Yang seal had been suppressing a crack of the 9 underworlds at the bottom of the abyss of the 8 extremities world. Or Astro Sovereign might be refining some treasures or cultivating some secret arts with the help of the 9 underworlds. Otherwise, Chu Lily wouldn't expect him to bring a message. Since he brought a message, Chu Lily must be sure that Sword Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign could find Astro Sovereign safely. In this way, Yen Zhaoge had some hope to find Astro Sovereign. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in the sea. If he had such good luck to meet Astro Sovereign, he would go to find Feng Yunxing first. This time, Yan Zhaoge chose a random land of tranquil stream to enter the 9 underworlds because he wanted to find Astro Sovereign in the opposite direction. He wanted to find Astro Sovereign from the 9 underworlds. Wherever there was something unusual near the edge of the 9 underworlds, he would go there. Then, he would find Astro Sovereign in the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds or the land of tranquil stream. Yan Zhaoge displayed the earthly secret seal and felt all kinds of slight quakes in the devilish domain nearby. The quakes of all things, the quakes of invisible devilish chi, and the quakes of space and time. He didn't let go of any unusual things. Finally, the big black Buddha suddenly opened his eyes. His pure black eyes looked far away. Chapter 1176. While the huge black Buddha's eyes were closed, there seemed to be circular ripples spreading into the distance. As he formed the primordial earth secret seal, he resembled the epicenter of an earthquake. As these ripples traveled far away, everything that had been experienced was vividly displayed, returning to Yan Zhaoge's mind. Ripples were blooming in the distance. Some were big, some were small, some were continuous, some were fleeting. Numerous scenes flashed past Yan Zhaoge's eyes. He skipped over the battle between the demons. While they all desired to devour the outside world, there were also fierce, brutal battles between devils in the 9 underworlds. Such things were naturally not something Yan Zhaoge was concerned about. What he was concerned about were the people in the 9 underworlds or the movements at the border of the 9 underworlds where the boundless lands intersected. It was naturally rare for people to enter the 9 underworld. Yan Zhaoge had not discovered anything. Still, the border of the 9 underworlds often fluctuated. Yan Zhaoge filtered through the most intense fluctuations, feeling the changes within before finally choosing one. The gaze of the huge black Buddha guided him in that direction. After dispersing the body of the devil Buddha, Yan Zhaoge retracted his aura and sped off in that direction. The devilish domain of the 9 underworlds was incomparably vast, being much larger than the world beyond worlds. Yan Zhaoge traversed its borders for a long time. The place he had initially chosen was ultimately proven not to be the one he was looking for. Yan Zhaoge was not dejected. While he had to hurry, he had never felt that this would be something that could be accomplished in a single stroke. He continued searching. Towards the end, Yan Zhaoge even found the land of tranquil stream where he had pursued Feng Yunxing. He did not know whether to laugh or to cry as he searched. Some indistinct clues indicated that Feng Yunxing or the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shunhua had clearly returned to this region previously. It was unknown whether she had intended to return under Feng Yunxing's lead or Jian Shunhua had considered the most dangerous place as the safest place to avoid the search of Yan Zhaoge and the others. Whether it was Yan Zhaoge or the encompassing emperor, they had both previously entered the depths of the 9 underworlds in search of her. It was just that Feng Yunxing had long since left this place despite having returned. Still, looking at the traces left behind by Feng Yunxing this time, Yan Zhaoge saw some things. Are they still in a stalemate? Who exactly is the great devil that Jian Shunhua is after? Yan Zhaoge pondered. Could it be on the level of the 12 devilish gods? Yan Zhaoge now had a direct understanding of the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shunhua's audacity. It wasn't limited to the legends. Therefore, he did not intend to underestimate the Iron Lady's ambition at all. Or rather, it was ambition. At the very least, the devil of aged metal didn't find another incarnation after the sword devil Yin Shiyang died. Seeing that there were no more discoveries, Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath of turbid air, calmed down his mind and continued his plan of looking for Astro Sovereign. After consecutively executing the primordial earth secret seal and repeatedly hitting the side carriage by mistake, Yan Zhaoge finally felt that something was clearly abnormal. It feels like the lineage of the Jade Sky Peak. Yan Zhaoge's pupils contracted slightly. But is it the Astro Sovereign or the female emperor? He hesitated for a moment, and after some thought, he continued on his way, feeling his way. The demonic chi and evil chi of the netherworld demonic domain gradually weakened, and they arrived at the border of the netherworld again. Yen Zhaoge kept moving forward. Finally, he got out of the netherworld and stepped into the land of Tranquil Stream. In this land of Tranquil Stream, the interference of the demonic chi and evil chi on Yen Zhaoge's perception was not so strong anymore. Therefore, even if he didn't incarnate into the Black Buddha, he could still vaguely feel the billowing immortal chi in this land of Tranquil Stream, which shook the heaven and earth. Yen Zhaoge slightly frowned and kept moving forward. He vaguely felt that there was a big battle going on in the distance. After getting closer, Yen Zhaoge stopped. He almost had the impulse to turn around and run away. Because when he got closer and felt the waves in the distance, Yen Zhaoge was at least 70% sure that the expert from the Jade Sky Peak of the Kunlun Mountain in the world beyond worlds was the female Emperor Jie Mingkong, not the Astro Sovereign. Anyway, it's much more effective to ask the female emperor than to search blindly by myself. Yen Zhaoge said to himself, now I have a legitimate reason to look for the Astro Sovereign, so the female emperor won't associate it with Senior Chu who lived in seclusion in the roving jade heavens. Although the fire of gossip was burning in his heart, it was better to avoid stimulating the female emperor Jie Mingkong as much as possible at the critical moment of finding the female emperor. Who knew whether it was a hornet's nest? If he accidentally poked it, it would be too unjust. Yen Zhaoge stopped moving forward. As he was thinking, the two parties fighting in the distance also began to approach. Obviously, they also vaguely felt the arrival of Yen Zhaoge. When they got close, the darkness was torn apart and two figures dashed out. One of them was in white clothes and a black jade ring on the index finger of her right hand. It was an extremely beautiful woman. However, her eyes were tightly shut and had never opened. She was the female Emperor Jie Mingkong, one of the 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds and the current owner of the Jade Sky Peak. The one who was fighting with her was a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe with a dragon and tiger on it. He was moving in the air and fighting with Jie Mingkong in a stalemate. As the Taoist crossed his hands, the 4 elements of earth, water, fire and wind came one after another and turned into 4 dragons and 4 tigers. Each of the dragons and tigers was tens of thousands of feet long. As they jumped up and down, the dark land of Tranquil Stream was almost broken. Yen Zhaoge already knew his identity when he saw his appearance and move. The roving jade heavenly immortal expert of the prime clear lineage, Tranquility Emperor, also known as Tranquility Emperor. Some people also called him Dragon Tiger Emperor because of his supreme martial art, the Dragon and Tiger 4 Symbols Treasured Book. He was the only expert in the immortal realm of the prime clear lineage who didn't open the door of immortality with sword arts. His foundation was the founding Emperor Tribulation Scripture and the Dragon and Tiger 4 Symbols Treasured Book, one of the prime clear lineage's 5 scriptures. Most of the prime clear martial artists in the roving jade heavens were from the incongruous Divine Mother's lineage. There were few exceptions. Tranquility Emperor was one of them. He was the successor of the Golden Spirit Mother's lineage, who was also the direct disciple of the prime clear Lord of Numinous Treasure Heavenly Lord like the incongruous Divine Mother. After the Golden Spirit Mother's investiture of God's battle, most of her disciples also suffered. As a result, the lineage of the Golden Spirit Mother's lineage became sparse and withered after the Great Calamity. Tranquility Emperor excavated the relics of the predecessors and finally made the lineage of the Golden Spirit Mother reappear in the world and achieved great achievements. It was a good story in the roving jade heavens in those years. Some news about it even spread in the world beyond worlds. Therefore, Yen Zhaoge was familiar with it. However, it was not until today that he saw the Tranquility Emperor in person, and he was fighting with Jie Mingkong. Chapter 1177. Female Empress Jie Mingkong's eyes were still tightly closed at this moment, and she did not open them. She was expressionless, as if she was covered with frost. She put her 5 fingers together and straightened her palm like a saber, cutting through the void. Suddenly, a pair of dragon and tiger formed by water turned into ice sculptures in the middle of the 4 dragons and 4 tigers. Then they were cut in half from the middle. Female Emperor turned around and cut the dragon and tiger formed by the storm with her saber again. Tranquility Emperor didn't panic. He used his palms to counter every move. The 4 dragons and 4 tigers formed by the 4 images appeared again and were still fighting with Female Emperor. He didn't feel surprised when he saw Yan Zhaoge's face clearly. After pondering for a while, Tranquility Emperor smiled and said, "Daoist Jie, it seems we have to stop here today." He pushed his palms forward. The dragon and tiger formed by earth, water and fire rushed to Female Emperor together. Then, the wind dragon and the wind tiger landed under his feet and carried him away at a very fast speed. They left the land of tranquil stream instantly. Yan Zhaoge slightly narrowed his eyes because he felt that Tranquility Emperor glanced at him meaningfully before he left. Although Tranquility Emperor didn't say it explicitly, Yan Zhaoge knew that Tranquility Emperor always followed the old Grand Master's lead in the roving Jade Heavens. The old Grand Master of the roving Jade Heavens was from the incongruous Divine Mother's lineage. Tranquility Emperor reappeared part of the Golden Spirit Divine Mother's lineage. But it didn't stop Tranquility Emperor from getting close to her. At the same time, Tranquility Emperor and Cloud Conquest Emperor had always been close. Undoubtedly, he belonged to the group of people who were extremely hostile to the world beyond world. Over the years, he had many conflicts with the experts of the world beyond world. Looking at him, Yan Zhaoge almost instantly thought of many things. People like Tranquility Emperor and Cloud Emperor would be very happy to see the world beyond world's internal strife or even division. If Yan Zhaoge and his family joined the roving Jade Heavens, they might accept it, and the world beyond world's internal strife and division would be more suitable for them. If the Sword Emperor Yu Jinbei, who had a deep hatred for them, couldn't be tolerated in the world beyond worlds, they would applaud. In order to achieve this goal, it was necessary to prevent Yan Zhaoge and the others from seeking support or mediation from Astro Sovereign. They didn't need to do much. As long as they secretly told the female Emperor Jie Mingkong that Yan Zhaoge had once been in contact with Chu Lily, the female emperor would very likely be angered, causing her to obstruct Yan Zhaoge's plans. Although Yan Zhaoge didn't know that Yan Zhaoge helped Chu Lily to deliver a letter, the fact that they had been in contact with each other was already enough to make Yan Zhaoge suffer a lot when Yan Zhaoge was looking for Astro Sovereign. Of course, they would definitely completely offend Yan Zhaoge and his father, causing endless trouble in the future. Even if Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di were currently only martial saints. However, their revenge, especially with the passage of time, was not something an ordinary person could bear. For the Tranquility Emperor and the others, it was not worth it. After all, they had no enmity with Yan Zhaoge and his father. However, Yan Zhaoge was still bothered by the stare of the Tranquility Emperor before he left. His intuition told him that something was wrong. Could it be because? Many thoughts flashed through his mind, but it only lasted for a moment. Seeing that the female Emperor Jie Mingkong didn't mean to stop him, Yan Zhaoge was happy to stand aside and watch the Tranquility Emperor leaving. "Why are you here?" The female emperor didn't want to chase after him either. She stopped and stood still. Then she turned to Yan Zhaoge with her closed eyes and said, "Are you looking for your wife again?" She paused for a while and said, "The auction of your Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion should have ended long ago. I did have something important to deal with, so I couldn't come here." Yan Zhaoge was the descendant of the exalted gold luminary Yan Xintong. The female emperor just explained it to him with a hint of apology. However, from what she said, Yan Zhaoge seemed to know nothing about what had happened in the world beyond worlds before. "Your Majesty, to tell you the truth, I came to the 9 underworlds this time to look for Astro Sovereign." Yen Zhaoge said honestly after thinking for a while. The female emperor's body was gradually covered with frost again and was about to be frozen. However, after hearing Yen Zhaoge's words, the frost on her body suddenly disappeared. She frowned. "You are looking for my master?" "In order to save my mother, my father killed the Eastern Exalt Taoist One Heaven," Yen Zhaoge said frankly, "and I killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing." The female emperor's expression didn't change at all when she heard that Taoist One Heaven was killed. However, after hearing that Yen Zhaoge had killed the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, she raised her eyebrows slightly. "Is concealed sovereign still in seclusion?" "That's right." Yen Zhaoge nodded and then told the female emperor about what had happened. "Concealed sovereign will definitely help earthly sovereign." After hearing it, the female emperor nodded. "No wonder you want to look for my master." Yen Zhaoge took the chance to ask, "Where is Astro Sovereign now? Is it convenient for him to show up?" "I'm afraid that my master can't help you." Unexpectedly, the female emperor directly refused. Before Yen Zhaoge said anything, she suddenly asked, "Since Sword Sovereign hasn't returned to the world beyond worlds, how did you know that my master is still alive and his whereabouts are related to the 9 underworlds? From your mother? What she knows should be limited." The female emperor said indifferently, "The Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing is very tight-lipped. Even if he thinks that victory is in sight, he won't leak the news of my master to you." She looked at Yen Zhaoge. "A few years ago, there was news from the roving Jade Heavens. You have been there. Is Chu Lily in the roving Jade Heavens? Have you seen her?" Being stared by the female emperor with her closed eyes, Yen Zhaoge couldn't help but have an impulse to smile bitterly. His previous guess had come true. Although the female emperor Jie Mingkong seemed to be indifferent to everything, it was just because she wasn't interested in participating in it. In fact, she knew a lot of things in her heart, but she was always in a state of preparedness. When she wanted to figure something out, she was sharper than most people. The Tranquility Emperor seemed to know this well, so he didn't need to provoke her. The news that Yen Zhaoge had been to the roving Jade Heavens was known by most of the high-level experts in the world beyond worlds, but they didn't know the details. However, it seemed that the female Emperor Jie Mingkong didn't need to know the details. She was just guessing. Of course, Yen Zhaoge could deny it. Anyway, his mother would help him to cover up the lie, and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing couldn't testify. But there was no need to deny it, because it would be too easy to expose it in the future. "But I did see a senior Chu in the roving Jade Heavens." Yen Zhaoge showed a surprised expression. It was easy to avoid the important and dwell on the trivial. He could even keep his mouth shut about the matter of delivering the letter. But Jie Mingkong didn't have anyone to prove it, unless Chu Lily betrayed Yen Zhaoge. Although it didn't look reliable, Granny Li wouldn't do such a stupid thing. So Yen Zhaoge was very calm. "Your Majesty, you didn't know that she was in the roving Jade Heavens? I thought you were of the same sect." Chapter 1178. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong kept silent for a long time. After a while, she asked, "Did Chu Lily ask you to bring anything?" "No." Yen Zhaoge shook his head without hesitation. Jie Mingkong slightly raised her head, expressionless, and closed her eyes, which made it hard for Yen Zhaoge to see through her emotions. After a long time, Jie Mingkong said, "It's indeed inconvenient for my master to help your family. It's not that he doesn't want to, but he's busy." Yen Zhaoge didn't give up. He asked, "Is it inconvenient for me to meet Astro Sovereign? Even if His Majesty can't help me, I should pay a visit to my ancestor's friend. Although the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign is great, I have no other way to deal with it in a short time. Even if I am anxious, I can't be anxious." He spread out his hands. "If possible, I'd better pay a visit to the Astro Sovereign." As Yen Zhaoge said, his eyes flickered slightly. "My martial nephew Shijun and his mother are troubled by the 9 underworlds. Astro Sovereign's retirement is also related to the 9 underworlds. Based on his knowledge and cultivation, Maybe I can ask him for advice? After the opening ceremony of Broad Creed Mountain, female Emperor Jie Mingkong, Chao Jie and Lu Jinggu were invited to Chekshire Jun and his mother together. Yan Zhaoge noticed that female emperor seemed to be very sensitive about the 9 underworlds, which was different from her usual indifferent attitude. Now, Yan Zhaoge was sure that what he had felt at that time was not an illusion after connecting it with the situation of Astro Sovereign. Hearing this, Jie Mingkong looked at Yan Zhaoge again. After a while, she slowly nodded. Well, come with me. Descendant of exalted gold luminary, my master has always been concerned about you. If you are forced to leave the world beyond worlds because of offending earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign, no one can say for sure whether you will meet again in the future. Female Emperor turned around and said, Although your father didn't come, my master must be very happy to see you. As for how to deal with this matter, it's up to my master. Her body was gradually frozen again and turned into an ice sculpture. As the ice and snow spread, a huge ice snake appeared in the air. A black light flashed in the eyes of the snow-white ice snake, as if it had a life of its own. Then, the ice snake carried the empress, who had turned into an ice sculpture again, and swam away in the vast land of tranquil stream. I will have to trouble your majesty to lead the way. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands, leaping up and also ascending the head of the ice snake, arriving beside the ice sculpture of the female emperor as he rode the ice snake forward. The two left the land of tranquil stream together. The ice snake did not return to the world beyond worlds, instead heading straight for the 9 underworlds. After entering the 9 underworlds, the devilish atmosphere and baleful aura wreaked havoc. The female emperor remained calm, while Yan Zhaoge merely focused on stabilizing his mental state and suppressing the rampaging devil. He pondered as he observed his surroundings. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong did not express any dissatisfaction or anger towards him for killing Wang Zhengqing, the Earth Supreme. This was within Yan Zhaoge's expectations. While the female Emperor Jie Mingkong and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing were of the same generation in terms of seniority, they did not share any special relationship as they were much younger in age. Given Jie Mingkong's cold temperament, she would not care about the death of such a person who had nothing to do with her. As for the influence on the world beyond worlds, Jie Mingkong did not seem to be affected at all. What Yan Zhaoge was not sure about was what the female emperor would do next. Would she remain neutral or help him? Of course, that was under the premise that he did not become enemies with her. Now it seemed that the situation was better than what he had expected. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong was closer to the Jade Capital Crag than the Qilin Cliff. If Astro Sovereign made a clear statement, the female emperor would definitely help Yan Zhaoge's family. Although it could not solve the pressure brought by the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, female Emperor Jie Mingkong's status was much higher than that of ordinary true immortal emperors. However, Astro Sovereign was the key to the whole thing. The ice snake carried the two to travel in the 9 underworlds for many days. The female emperor sealed herself in ice, not saying a word or doing anything. She was tough and domineering when she fought with others, but she preferred to avoid trouble in daily life. Therefore, she kept a low profile most of the time when she met the big demons in the 9 underworld. After many days, Yan Zhaoge estimated that they had far exceeded the distance from the south to the north of the world beyond worlds. Then, the ice snake suddenly rushed out of the 9 underworlds in the devilish Qi and entered another land of tranquil stream. However, this land of tranquil stream was obviously different. There seemed to be something in the depth of the dark and gloomy void. Glacier. Yan Zhaoge fixed his eyes on it and saw a vast land of ice and snow, which spread everywhere. The whole land of tranquil stream was frozen in the glacier. However, the ice didn't reflect much light, so it still looked dark and obscure. The area and volume of the glacier were immeasurable. In the beginning, people couldn't feel the coldness. The ice and snow seemed to be illusory. But as time went by, they would feel colder and colder. and the coldness seemed to be irresistible. It was getting worse slowly but irreversibly. No matter how hard people tried to warm themselves, they could only feel colder and colder. In the beginning, it didn't seem to be worth mentioning. But not long after, people would feel the extreme coldness. Finally, they would be frozen to death without any strength to struggle. The most despairing thing was not the deep coldness, but the fact that no matter how hard they tried, it would be in vain. "We're here." The female emperor, who had been silent all the way, finally spoke. Although she didn't open her eyes, the ice on her body had already dissipated. The huge ice snake also disintegrated and disappeared. Yan Zhaoge followed the female emperor to the depths of the glacier. The glacier had turned into an ice field. Its area and volume were hard to measure. Yan Zhaoge estimated that it could freeze half of the world beyond worlds and still have some left. Looking around, it was desolate. No scenery or buildings could be seen. It gave people a feeling of ancient, primitive, and vastness. Besides, there was no luster at all. Yan Zhaoge only felt that he had returned to the cold, silent, light and heat world of the universe at the beginning of the world. There was no human atmosphere here, and no trace of human activity. Led by the female emperor, Yan Zhaoge came to the foot of a continuous stretch of ice mountains. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Who did Minkong bring?" The voice came from all directions. It seemed that the same voice came from every piece of ice and snow on the whole glacier land. "Master." The female Emperor Jieminkong's expression changed. Her expression was very complicated. Longing, joy, frustration, unwillingness, worry, and so on. Because of the fleeting moment, Yan Zhaoge could only see so much. It was the first time that he saw such a complicated emotional change on her face. Chapter 1179. Greetings, Master. Jieminkong took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Then she bowed to the iceberg. The expression on her face returned to normal after a moment. It seemed that everything Yan Zhaoge had seen just now was just an illusion. Yan Zhaoge lowered his eyes and didn't do anything else. He believed that female Emperor Jieminkong wouldn't want anyone to see her like that just now. So Yan Zhaoge didn't see or say anything indecent. But Yan Zhaoge suddenly had doubts in his mind. Did I see it wrong? Female Emperor's mood just now seemed to be mixed with guilt and uneasiness. Why did she feel guilty and uneasiness? Did the current situation of Astro Sovereign have something to do with her? Yan Zhaoge frowned and many thoughts flashed through his mind. The one who came with me is the descendant of exalted gold luminary. Jieminkong said to the iceberg with respect. Seeing that, Yan Zhaoge took a step forward and bowed to the iceberg. My name is Yan Zhaoge. My ancestor is Yan Xintong. I'm here to see Astro Sovereign. Xintong's descendant? The voice was as steady as before. But the huge iceberg slightly shook. At the foot of the iceberg, the ice layer suddenly opened and showed the entrance of a tunnel. Go in. Jieminkong said to Yan Zhaoge. My master seems to be very happy to know that the descendant of exalted gold luminary is safe. He wants to see you. Yan Zhaoge was a little surprised. Don't you want to come with me, Your Majesty? I won't go in. You can go in by yourself. Go down the tunnel at the bottom of the iceberg and you will see my master. Jieminkong shook her head and said after a short silence. Okay. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Yan Zhaoge didn't say anything more. He just nodded and turned around and walked into the cave. However, Yan Zhaoge's heart was in his throat even though he came down. Just at the moment when Jieminkong refused to come down, he vaguely felt that she seemed to have a slight change in her mood. That was not normal. There must be something wrong when something was abnormal. Yan Zhaoge suddenly felt that the stairs under his feet, which were made of ice and as hard as iron, seemed to be shaking. Hey! Is Astro Sovereign going to take care of me, or are you going to take care of me? Or are you going to take care of Astro Sovereign? Yan Zhaoge thought to himself. He had never been afraid to speculate about others with the greatest evil, so naturally, conspiracy theories were flying everywhere at this moment. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find any evidence that the other party had the need to do so. Saying that they were completely in cahoots with the earthly sovereign was also wrong. With the female emperor's temperament, if she supported the earthly sovereign, she would have long since made a move against Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was full of questions. What is Astro Sovereign sealing? Female emperor doesn't want him to stay here, so she wants to find a scapegoat for him. That scapegoat will take the blame for him? I'm the unlucky one who was chosen? It doesn't feel like it. As his thoughts ran wild, Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he stably passed through the passageway within the ice mountain, descending all the way to the bottom of the ice mountain. Here, the world that had always been dark suddenly had light. It was like the first ray of light since the creation of the world, illuminating the entire world. Yan Zhaoge looked carefully, and found that at the end of the passageway there was a large water area. It was an unrestrained vast ocean, like an ocean. Under the ice mountain there was a sea in the glacier. Yan Zhaoge stepped on the water surface and walked on the ice sea. As he kept moving forward, he saw a thick ice pillar in the distance. It was like a pillar supporting the sky, with the bottom suppressing the vast ocean and the top supporting the sky like an ice cover. An ice pillar penetrated through the ice mountain, reaching the deeper ice layer at the bottom of the sea, connecting the whole glacier like a central axis. Inside the ice pillar, a figure was vaguely visible. When Yan Zhaoge got close, he raised his head and looked at it. But he couldn't see the person's face clearly because of the ice layer. Of course, the ice layer couldn't block Yan Zhaoge's sight. It was the power of the expert in the immortal realm who froze the land of tranquil stream and blocked the way of the 9 underworlds. Xingtong's descendant doesn't look like Xingtong. Is it because of the grand simplicity splendor cloud? The voice came out from the ice pillar, and then the figure became clear. It was a young man who looked to be in his 20s, who seemed to be the same age as Yan Zhaoge. But his eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. His facial features didn't seem special individually, but when put together, they formed a man's face full of charm, which made people immersed in it unconsciously. He was wearing a light blue robe with white decorations on it, and his snow-white long hair was hanging behind him. He looked calm and peaceful, like the ice and snow. Although he was still in the ice pillar and seemed to be frozen, Yan Zhaoge could see his face clearly now. Although it was the first time for Yan Zhaoge to see him in person, he had seen his image long ago. The man in front of him was Astro Sovereign, one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, together with Earthly Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign before Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei. He was the exalted water luminary, Chun Xuanzong, one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yan Zhaoge bowed to Astro Sovereign. Astro Sovereign looked calm and didn't show any domineering attitude. He just looked Yan Zhaoge up and down. You are Xingtong's grandson, so the grand simplicity splendor cloud should be your father's, right? Is your father still alive? Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge's heart moved a bit. Astro Sovereign's words seemed to indicate that he had just heard about Yan Di and Yan Zhaoge, and didn't know about it before. It had been a few years since the opening ceremony of the Broad Creed Mountain, but no one had told Astro Sovereign about Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di. Concealed Sovereign was in seclusion, and Earthly Sovereign and Sword Sovereign hadn't returned. Wang Zhengqing, the Earth Exalt, hoped that Yan Zhaoge and Yan Di would have fewer people to rely on. But what about Female Emperor? Did she not tell me about it? Or did she not come to see Astro Sovereign in recent years? Is it the first time that she came with me? While thinking, Yan Zhaoge told Astro Sovereign about the situation of him and his father Yan Di, as well as what had happened in the world beyond worlds in recent years. Although there was no grand simplicity splendor cloud as a witness, Astro Sovereign obviously didn't care about the authenticity of Yan Zhaoge's identity since Female Emperor brought him here. Astro Sovereign didn't talk much. He only asked a few questions occasionally and usually waited until Yen Zhaoge stopped talking. Most of the time, he just listened quietly. In the end, when Yen Zhaoge finished talking, he nodded and said, "I'm also very happy that Xingtong has a son. He and fellow Taoist D of roving Jade Heavens can finally be at ease in the underworld. It's a pity that my father and my ancestor passed away early, so I couldn't be filial to them," Yen Zhaoge said in a low voice. Astro Sovereign looked at him up and down. 9th level of Martial Saint, late Immortal Bridge. Although you have the Origin Opening Sword, you could still kill Wang Zhengqing, who was protected by the Yin-Yang Earth Mountain River diagram. You are really not simple. Yen Zhaoge didn't say anything, but waited for Astro Sovereign's decision quietly. Chapter 1180. When Yen Zhaoge told the story to Astro Sovereign, he didn't try to defend himself. Instead, his words were objective and calm. Astro Sovereign didn't let Yen Zhaoge wait either. "I don't agree with the Kirin Cliff's opinion on Yin Tianxia and Hu Yuexin in the past or your family today," Astro Sovereign said calmly. He first nodded, but then shook his head. "Unfortunately, no matter what it is, it's not convenient for me to interfere. It was like that in the past, and it's the same now." Having already been reminded by the female emperor, Yen Zhaoge wasn't too disappointed. "Your Majesty, are you unable to leave here?" He looked at Astro Sovereign and asked in a low voice. "Yes." Astro Sovereign looked calm. However, a crack gradually appeared on his forehead, as if it were a scar. Within the scar, a blue light could be faintly seen. As soon as this scar appeared, Yen Zhaoge instantly felt as though he had returned to the 9 underworlds. The world of ice and snow in front of him didn't change, but it gave off a terrifying feeling of distortion. The world turned into a white abyss that swallowed the sky. "Astro Sovereign." Yen Zhaoge frowned. The man sealed in the ice pillar smiled. The blue luster on his forehead faded and the wound healed. His skin became smooth again, without any scars. "It's the choice I made in the past. No matter how the situation develops, I have to take responsibility for it," Astro Sovereign said calmly. "Now we are in a stalemate. I have no choice." Yen Zhaoge took a deep breath and said, "Astro Sovereign, the demon you want to suppress seems to be extraordinary." Astro Sovereign nodded and said, "Exactly. It's Gui Shui demon. He was looking for a chance to be reborn after he died last time. He is only one step away from being reborn. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to fight him here." "Indeed." Yen Zhaoge sighed. Gui Shui demon was one of the 6 great demons among the 12 devilish gods. He was one of the strongest demons in the world. If he was reborn and recovered to his peak state, even many Taoist heavenly venerables would find it difficult to match him. Since ancient times, the ice demon, the water demon, the mist demon, the blood demon, and many other incarnations of the great demons had been born. Most of them were ferocious for a period of time and were famous for their might. The 6 extinct demons were all leaders of the demonic Tao. They were extremely powerful. Even if they were to perish, if they encountered the right opportunity, there was a possibility of rebirth. However, before or right after his rebirth, his strength would not be at its peak, and he would need some time to recover. Back then, the sword devil Yin Shiyang had challenged the sword god Yen Xintong once more right after he had turned to the dark side. Although his strength had increased, there was still a world of difference between him and the devil of aged metal at his peak. In the end, the devil of aged metal, who had just been reborn, was once again destroyed. It could be said that it was fate. The time it took for the great devil incarnation's power to increase was related to the cultivation of the great devil incarnation. The higher the cultivation of the body, the shorter the time needed. However, no matter how short it was still much faster than any other cultivation method. The Buddha light of the Pure Land and the treasure light of the Immortal Court were far inferior. Of course, this was because before the demon died, his cultivation was too strong. There was a limit to how many demons like this could exist. But even so, if he became a great demon and successfully found a body for his incarnation, he would quickly return to his peak. Now, the water devil hadn't been reborn, so Astro Sovereign could still suppress the devil intent. However, he could only stay here for a long time. This place is close to the 9 underworlds, so the devil intent is easy to breed. He would rather suppress it here than in the world beyond worlds. Yen Zhaoge pondered and said, "Is it because this place is between the 9 underworlds and the human world, where the evil and the bright meet, so they have reached a certain balance?" Astro Sovereign looked at Yen Zhaoge with praise. "It's really rare for you to have such insight at such a young age." As he said that, he shook his head slightly. At that time, the water devil had already been on the right track. Normally speaking, it would be hard to stop his rebirth. "I tried my best and succeeded by luck. But if I stayed in the world beyond worlds, although it would be easier for me, once the great devil made up his mind and temporarily gave up the idea of rebirth, he might lead the entire 9 underworlds to invade the world beyond worlds." Hearing that, Yen Zhaoge nodded. Even if the water devil hadn't been reborn yet, once the 6 supreme devils sacrificed themselves, the crack of the 9 underworlds would be so huge that it might directly swallow the entire world beyond worlds into the 9 underworlds. Staying in the void between the human world and the 9 underworlds, the great devil wouldn't have the idea of sacrificing himself for the world beyond worlds in a short period of time. Because it wasn't enough to pose a direct threat to Astro Sovereign and the others. In this way, the two sides were in a stalemate. And this stalemate lasted for thousands of years. Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong, one of the first 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, disappeared in the world beyond worlds. He suppressed the great devil alone in this desolate void for thousands of years. Yen Zhaoge sighed. Although he had prepared for the worst, he still couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. As expected, Astro Sovereign couldn't help to help. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but that he was trapped here and had no time to spare for other things. The Water Devil is one of the 12 devilish gods and the leader of the Devil Dao. His rebirth will definitely affect the hearts of the 9 underworld's devils. Yen Zhaoge said with a serious expression, "Don't you think you're alone here?" Astro Sovereign shook his head. "It doesn't matter. In this state, unless the Water Devil sacrificed himself, he couldn't communicate with the other 9 underworld's devils. The Water Devil's situation was special. He was already on the road of rebirth, but he was stuck halfway. "Your Majesty, forgive me for asking," Yen Zhaoge asked in a low voice. "Are you the embodiment of the Water Devil?" Astro Sovereign in the ice pillar looked calm and didn't feel offended. "My body can indeed be the embodiment of that great devil." Yen Zhaoge almost blurted out and wanted to ask whether Chu Lily could also be the embodiment of the Water Devil. However, Yen Zhaoge forcibly swallowed the words when they were about to say it. Although he was very curious about what happened in the past, Yen Zhaoge was happy to listen to Astro Sovereign talk about it on his own. If Astro Sovereign didn't want to talk about it, it would be too rude for him to ask him directly. Even though the 2 families were very close because of the relationship between their ancestors, some things couldn't be asked casually. After blinking, Yen Zhaoge changed the topic. "If it weren't for Female Emperor, I wouldn't have the chance to meet you. However, Female Emperor seemed to be busy just now and didn't intend to come down with me. Although I can't help you with my incarnation, but—" Astro Sovereign didn't continue Yen Zhaoge's words after a moment of silence. Instead, he directly changed the topic. "If you don't want to leave the world beyond worlds, you can find someone else to help you." Chapter 1181. Hearing Astro Sovereign's words, Yen Zhaoge pretended to be ignorant. "My mother is the descendant of Exalted Wood Luminary. But she doesn't know where Exalted Wood Luminary is now." "But my mother said that Exalted Wood Luminary, Exalted Solar Luminary and Exalted Lunar Luminary seemed to be close to each other? Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm afraid it's not easy to find her." Astro Sovereign shook his head and said, 4 thousands of years, more than one person has been looking for her, but no one has found her. That year, he paused for a moment before continuing, back then, she was heavily injured and her whereabouts were unknown. Until now, there has been no news of her. Yan Zhaoge wanted to smile bitterly. The fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned by Astro Sovereign was Exalted Wood Luminary, who was also one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, Xue Chuqing's great Grand Master and Bright Connection Emperor Hu Yuexin's master. Xiao Junhuang. She was one of the 3 female experts in the new Kunlun 9 luminaries who established the world beyond world. She was also one of the most knowledgeable people among the 9. While an extremely small number of Taoism experts had managed to survive through the Great Calamity and live to this era, it had still resulted in many legacies and precious treasures being lost. The later generations started to rebuild the foundation of their predecessors and tried their best to restore all kinds of supreme arts, treasures, or strange arts. However, it was destined to be a long and difficult process. Yan Zhaoge established the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and made many lost treasures reappear in the world, which shocked the world beyond worlds. Before him, many rare treasures and arts that were still circulating in the world beyond worlds had actually benefited from the research and efforts of the Exalted Wood Luminary, Xiao Junhuang. After Xiao Junhuang's disappearance, the recovery of these arts slowed down, which made many people feel sorry for her. It was not until Yan Zhaoge and the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion came into the world that they started to speed up again. Xiao Junhuang's efforts were not limited to all kinds of rare treasures. In the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, she was also one of the few grandmasters in formation and alchemy. Many formation maps and elixir recipes restored by her were still benefiting the world beyond worlds until now. Especially in the field of alchemy, the Exalted Wood Luminary, Xiao Junhuang, was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 of the 9 luminaries. She was also the number 1 alchemy divine hand of Taoism after the Great Calamity. It had to be said that Yan Zhaoge's mother, Xue Chuqing, had been able to attain such a high level of attainment in formations as well as other miscellaneous arts due to the foundation established by her master. Her master and her grandmaster, Empress Bright Connection Hu Yuexin, were the cream of the crop in these aspects. They could be considered the source of their heritage. However, because Xiao Junhuang had been missing for a long time, Hu Yuexin had only learned a few of her skills. On the other hand, Xue Chuqing's attainments in formations had vaguely reappeared the glory of her great-grandmaster in the past. Unfortunately, according to Astro Sovereign's words, Exalted Wood Luminary might be in danger. Fellow Taoist Gao, I originally thought that he was hiding in the lower realms. But now, according to you, he has long since escaped. Astro Sovereign continued, it seems that he has his own plans. If I'm not wrong, he should have been concerned about the situation in the world beyond world. Now that he understands the situation, if he wants to make a move, there's no need for you to ask him. He'll do it himself. However, it's hard to say exactly what he'll do. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. What Astro Sovereign said about Exalted Solar Luminary was similar to what Mars Halberd had said. Both of them had different opinions about Gaohan, but there were many similarities and few contradictions. As for fellow Taoist Ling, Astro Sovereign hesitated for a while, which was rare for him. She is closer to fellow Taoist Gao. But she always acts alone. It's hard to judge her thoughts. A figure appeared in Yan Zhaoge's mind. Actually, that figure was so vague that he couldn't see her face clearly. But Yan Zhaoge had a deep impression of this vague figure. She was the one who left the extreme Yin crown in the 8 extremities world. Ling Qing, one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun. Exalted Wood Luminary, the 3rd female expert besides Xiao Junhuang and Exalted Rahu Luminary Jian Shunhua. Although fellow Taoist Xiao is similar to fellow Taoist Gao and fellow Taoist Ling in the future direction of our Taoism, their friendship is just ordinary. Astro Sovereign shook his head slightly. Among the 9 of us, fellow Taoist Xiao has the best relationship with fellow Taoist Jiang and Xingtang. Although she and fellow Taoist Jiang have different opinions on the path, fellow Taoist Xiao has always treated fellow Taoist Jiang as a disciple in the past. The former exalted earth luminary, the current earthly sovereign, Jiang Shen. He was the oldest among the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun, and he had survived the great calamity successfully. Yan Zhaoge nodded while thinking. It wasn't rare for them to have different opinions on official affairs even though they had a good relationship with each other. However, if they kept having different opinions, they would have to part ways in the end. Then, their friendship would be gone with the wind. You don't need to mention about fellow Taoist Jiang. Xingtang has died in the tribulation, but there is another person who has a deep relationship with fellow Taoist Xiao. Astro Sovereign said slowly. Yan Zhaoge asked, Exalted Fire Luminary? That's right. Astro Sovereign said, but I'm not sure about the relationship between fellow Taoist Xiao and him. But I'm sure that he has been looking for fellow Taoist Xiao for so many years. He has never stopped looking for her. I'm not sure whether it's because of hatred or something else. Astro Sovereign looked at Yan Zhaoge, but, compared to fellow Taoist Gao and fellow Taoist Ling, this may be a more feasible way. Yan Zhaoge thought for a while and didn't mention his mother Xue Chuqing's area latitude formation. Instead, he asked, The void is boundless. Exalted Fire Luminary has been missing for thousands of years. Do you have any way to contact him, Astro Sovereign? I don't. Astro Sovereign answered, but I have a clue. Maybe you can give it a try. Yan Zhaoge asked tentatively, Is it Mars Halberd? No. But maybe they have a little connection. Astro Sovereign smiled. It's their hometown. Yan Zhaoge's eyes suddenly froze. Their hometown? Yes. Both of them are half human and half dragon. Astro Sovereign showed a look of reminiscence. Maybe you already know that Mars Halberd is a big demon's demon soul that has been sealed into his weapon. It's not accurate to say that he's a big demon. He should be a half-demon. Maybe because of this, he was bullied a lot by his own race when he was young. That's why he hated the dragon race so much. Even though he was seriously injured and survived by borrowing the body of his weapon, he still couldn't forget it. He slaughtered the dragons and was finally sealed in the ancient cold abyss. Yan Zhaoge touched his chin. It sounds like Exalted Fire Luminary doesn't hate the dragon race so much? Not like Mars Halberd. Astro Sovereign nodded. Hometown? Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes and murmured. Chapter 1182. Yes, my hometown. Astro Sovereign said slowly. Although it has been destroyed, it is still worth looking for. However, you need to be careful. For so many years, not only many people have been looking for fellow Taoist Xiao, but also more people have been looking for fellow Taoist Sua. He looked at Yan Zhaoge and said, As you said, you already know the existence of the Immortal Court, so you should know what I mean. Thanks for your advice, Your Majesty. Yan Zhaoge nodded. People in the world beyond worlds and Gao Han, the exalted solar luminary, were all concerned about the whereabouts of Exalted Fire Luminary. And the Immortal Court was also looking for him. After memorizing the directions Astro Sovereign pointed out, Yan Zhaoge looked at Astro Sovereign, who was in the ice pillar, and pondered for a while. Then he said softly, Your Majesty, I went to the roving Jade Heavens and met a senior whose surname is Chu. Thanks to her, I know that you are still alive. Since female emperor didn't come in, Yan Zhaoge didn't have any scruples. Anyway, female emperor couldn't know what was happening here. Lily? Astro Sovereign smiled. How is she? From what I saw, Senior Chu is fine. Yan Zhaoge said while paying attention to Astro Sovereign's expression. According to the information from his mother, Xue Chuqing, Chu Lily might be related to the 9 underworlds. But now Astro Sovereign was forced to be frozen here because of the conflict between him and the great demon. The profundity of this caused one's imagination to run wild. Astro Sovereign asked, Is she calm and stable? She looks good. Yen Zhaoga answered, well, it may be a little rude to say this. Senior Chu looks quite lively. He smiled bitterly. I should say that she is very young in mind. But I can see that she has always been thinking about you, Your Majesty. That's Lily's character. Astro Sovereign shook his head and smiled. She is like a child who can't grow up. But she is much more mature than when she was young. Yen Zhaoga made use of this chance to say, she had a letter which she entrusted to me to bring back to the world beyond worlds. I do not know the contents of the letter. But he said that he wanted to give it to Uncle Master, you or His Majesty, the concealed sovereign. My guess is that he wanted them to pass it to you, Your Majesty. Astro Sovereign nodded and said, in that case, let me have a look. Yen Zhaoga took out the jade talisman, raising it with his true essence, sending it close to the ice pillar. The ice pillar emitted an invisible gravitational force, and the jade scroll naturally flew up and merged with the ice pillar. Astro Sovereign raised his hand and caught the jade slip. After a while, he smiled and said, Lily, thank you. Did His Majesty reply? Should I bring it back? Yen Zhaoga asked. Astro Sovereign shook his head and said, just take a message back. Tell Lily to live and cultivate in the roving jade heavens without worrying about this place. Everything is fine with me. Yen Zhaoga nodded. I understand. I will pass on the message. He seized the chance to ask, Your Majesty, I don't know much about it. I'm afraid that it might cause misunderstandings. So Senior Chu asked me to deliver the letter to Uncle Master Yu or the Concealed Sovereign, but he didn't mention earthly sovereign or female monarch. Lily has always been afraid of Taoist Jiang. Astro Sovereign smiled, and then his eyes flickered a little. As for Minkong, it's something else. It's understandable that Lily is afraid of her. Yen Zhaoga didn't ask any more questions, I see. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he already knew what he wanted to know. It was better not to mention Chu Lily in front of female monarch. Besides, it was the same the other way around. It was better not to mention female monarch Jie Minkong in front of Chu Lily. After thinking for a while, Yen Zhaoga mentioned another thing about Shi Jun and his mother, which had been on his mind for a long time. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Astro Sovereign also pondered. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so it's hard for me to make an accurate judgment. But you and Minkong's judgment should be right. A big demon who wants to be reborn as a reincarnated body must not be a simple person. But it's hard for me to tell what level he has reached and what his origin is without seeing it with my own eyes. It's a pity, Yen Zhaoga nodded understandingly. It was a pity that Astro Sovereign couldn't be distracted because he was trying his best to suppress the return of the water demon. If Shi Jun and his mother were sent here and the big demons returned, or even contacted each other and communicated with each other, Astro Sovereign might not be able to suppress all of them. By that time, even if only the water demon came back to the world, the result would be disastrous, not to mention all the big demons were reborn together. I got some demon sealing water from Senior Chu, and I've been trying to study it for these years. Yen Zhaoga said, now I've got some knowledge about it, and it's possible to recreate some ritual before the great calamity. It might be helpful for you to suppress the big demons. Astro Sovereign was a little surprised. Oh? In this short conversation, while he still did not understand Yen Zhaoga deeply enough, he could already tell that when it came to serious matters, Yen Zhaoga's words always had a target in mind. Since he said that there was hope, it would not be empty words. During the conversation, although Astro Sovereign didn't know much about the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion, he could tell that Yen Zhaoga had a lot of knowledge, which was not something ordinary juniors could compare with. I was hoping to solve the problem of my martial nephew and his mother. I've been studying it for these years and finally got some result, but it's not enough. Yen Zhaoga cupped his hands. Your Majesty, you've been preventing the water demon from returning for thousands of years. So I hope you can enlighten me a little bit about the profound experience. Of course. Astro Sovereign didn't mind, so he said. After the conversation, Yen Zhaoge looked at Astro Sovereign inside the ice pillar with a little regret. Although he had made some progress, he didn't know when Astro Sovereign would leave this place. He bowed to Astro Sovereign and then left. Astro Sovereign watched Yen Zhaoge's back, and his eyes gradually became distant. His departing figure seemed to have transformed into another person. It was a proud but calm figure with a long sword hanging on his waist. It was the figure of Yen Xintong, the exalted gold luminary. Astro Sovereign had seen him off in the past, but he didn't know that it would be forever. Because of Yen Xintong, another figure appeared in Astro Sovereign's mind. Thinking of that figure, he became more depressed. He didn't have many friends in his life, but they all died one after another. Now, he was the only one left. Yen Xintong was fine, but the other one was killed by him. Chen Xuanzong, the exalted water luminary, closed his eyes, but everything in the past was still vivid in his mind. Xuanzong, come with me. The 9 underworlds' arrival is the destiny of this world. Let the 3 clear Taoism, which is struggling at death's door, fall into the 9 underworlds together with those ignorant and arrogant heretics. The middle-aged man laughed. Buddha doesn't save all living beings, neither does Taoism. Only the devil can save all living beings. Only when you enter the 9 underworlds can you see your true self and know what true freedom is. He pointed at the demon pattern on his forehead, which was shining with ice-blue light, and said with a twisted smile, "My position should have been yours." Chapter 1183. Follow me, Xuanzong. When we return from the 9 underworlds, everything will start from the world beyond worlds. Never. Impossible. Radiance intertwined in the void. In an instant, billions of miles were frozen. The dark universe became an eternal frozen land. In the end, the radiance was extinguished forever. Astro Sovereign Chen Xuanzong held his palm like a blade and maintained the posture of slashing forward. Under his palm, there were ice crystals and dust scattered in the endless void. An ice sculpture had its upper body completely shattered, and its lower body also turned into ashes. Chen Xuanzong's expression was emotionless as he watched everything that was happening in front of him. The water demon had only been reborn as an ice demon for a short period of time. Although he was an exalt martial saint and had pushed open the immortal door after being reborn as a devil, he had limited time after all. Chen Xuanzong personally took action and killed him not long after he was reborn as a devil. However, Chen Xuanzong didn't feel happy at all. He killed his best friend with his own hand. The last good friend of the exalted gold luminary Yen Xintong after his death. Chen Xuanzong stood at the center of the universe expressionlessly as if he was a statue. After a long time, his eyes flickered. He turned his head and walked towards that direction. In the void that wasn't affected by the battle, there was an ice mountain floating quietly. On top of the ice mountain, there were pavilions and terraces. A beautiful palace was built with ice and snow. Chen Xuanzong walked into the palace. Suddenly, a few small beasts flew out. Then, a little girl ran out and chased after those beasts to play. Seeing Chen Xuanzong, she was stunned. Then, she remembered that she should greet him like an adult. "Greetings, Uncle Chen." At ease. Chen Xuanzong's lips moved, but he only said 2 words. The little girl tilted her head and looked at Chen Xuanzong curiously. Suddenly, Chen Xuanzong's expression changed. He grabbed one of the little girl's hands and rolled up her sleeve. On the little girl's arm, a rune that was flickering with faint blue radiance was faintly visible. There wasn't any special aura coming from it. However, as the radiance flickered, it seemed like a person was breathing. The breathing was long and even, just like a person who was sleeping. "Crazy. You're really crazy. Even your daughter." Chen Xuanzong felt anger surging up his head. The little girl was still confused. "Uncle Chen, where's Daddy?" After a moment of silence, Chen Xuanzong said softly, "Your father went to a very far place. He won't be able to come and see you for a while." Daddy said he would bring me along, the girl mumbled. In her memory, her father had mentioned going somewhere. However, that place was obviously different from the very far-away place that Chen Xuanzong mentioned. The little girl couldn't understand, and Chen Xuanzong couldn't explain either. Uncle Chen, can you bring me to see my father? The little girl looked at the white-haired young man in front of her with a hopeful expression. Chen Xuanzong stared at the rune on the little girl's arm and remained silent for a long time. In the end, he didn't send the little girl to see her father. Instead, he brought it back to the world beyond worlds, to his jade sky peak. Half a year later, the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, who had just returned from the outland void, fell silent after learning about what had happened. In the sweeping snow pavilion of the Jade Sky Peak's cold wave locale, the earthly sovereign Jiangshen stood by the window and looked at the little girl who was squatting by the pond. After a long time, he said, "Not only do you want to keep her in the world beyond worlds, you also want to teach her martial arts?" The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, said slowly, "If it's possible, I hope she can live a peaceful life as an ordinary person. But that's obviously impossible. If I want to remove the devilish mark on her body, she needs to have her own cultivation. And the higher the cultivation, the better." Jiang Shen turned around and looked at Chen Xuanzong. Chen Xuanzong looked at him calmly. The earthly sovereign, Jiang Shen, seemed to be around 50 or 60 years old. He didn't look old. His face looked serious, but his eyes were kind. He looked like a teacher in a private school. In fact, he had always considered reviving Taoism and educating people as his own responsibility. He had been cultivating many outstanding young talents of Taoism. He had never been stingy with his teachings and would answer almost every question. Because he was the oldest and had survived the Great Calamity successfully, even some of the figures in the new Kunlun 9 luminaries had received his teachings. Other than that, there were innumerable geniuses of Taoism's new generation after the Great Calamity who had received his guidance. "It's too dangerous," Jiang Xin said slowly. "That's the water demon." Chen Xuanzong shook his head. "I'll bear the consequences. If it's too late, I'll deal with it myself, just like this time." In the shadow, a person who didn't seem to exist said, "There's no harm in trying. Just treat it as accumulating experience in dealing with the big demon." There were 3 people in the sweeping snow pavilion. However, the third person always made people ignore his existence. Since he had spoken, Jiang Shen and Chen Xuanzong wouldn't ignore him. Therefore, the ignorant girl could stay in the world beyond worlds in the end. As for who should teach and take care of her, there was another dispute. But in the end, she still belonged to the Jade Sky Peak. The cause of yesterday, the effect of today, the consciousness of the Astro Sovereign came back from his memory. The scene in front of him changed from the sweeping snow pavilion to the world of ice and snow again. Watching Yan Zhaoga's back gradually disappearing on the ice sea, the Astro Sovereign in the ice pillar shook his head slightly. "Xingtang, you're so lucky to have such a talented descendant. However, I don't know where his talent will push him to. If you and your husband didn't die so early, would everything in this world be different?" A long sigh came out from the ice pillar. Yan Zhaoga came out from the bottom of the ice mountain and came to the boundless glacier outside. He saw a beautiful woman in white among the ice and snow far away. Her eyes were closed and her hands were behind her back. "Your Majesty." Yan Zhaoga walked behind her. The female emperor turned around with her eyes still closed. "Have you seen my master?" "Yes. As you said, the Astro Sovereign couldn't leave this place." Yan Zhaoga let out a sigh. The female emperor nodded. "If that's the case, you can go now. Although your cultivation is outstanding, if you stay here for a long time, the cold air will also corrode your spirit. Don't go back to the world beyond worlds directly. Otherwise, it's easy to leave traces and let others know where you are." The female emperor said, "If you go back by taking a detour from the 9 underworlds, the evil spirits won't notice this place. With your strength, you can still walk in the periphery of the 9 underworlds if you're careful. Okay, I'm leaving now. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands and left without staying any longer. The female emperor stood on the glacier quietly. She didn't freeze herself at this moment. However, she was more like an ice sculpture than a human than ever before. Yan Zhaoge looked back and many thoughts flashed through his mind. Chapter 1184. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong stood on the glacier, motionless like a statue. Her eyes were closed, and her face was expressionless. But her clothes were fluttering even though there was no wind, which showed that she was not calm inside. The memories in the depths of his heart kept surging, not stopping for a single moment. She couldn't forget that bright afternoon on the Jade Sky Peak. What seemed to be a very ordinary thing at that time changed her life and her destiny from there. For her, that was the beginning of everything. At that time, her master suddenly brought back a little girl who was about 4 or 5 years old. The little girl was so cute that she liked her very much at first sight. Jie Mingkong could still remember every word she had said at that time until today. Master, which family does she belong to? Is she your new disciple? She remembered that she asked her master this question. Her master's reaction was a bit strange. After a short silence, he answered, "The daughter of an old friend. But from now on, I'm going to take her as my disciple and live with us. She's still young. Mingkong, take good care of her." At that time, Jie Mingkong was much more cheerful than she was now. She smiled and said, "Of course. Master, don't worry." Chen Xuanzong nodded slightly and told the little girl that her parents had died. Jie Mingkong felt pity for her. She bent down and picked up the little girl. "Treat this place as your own home. If you need anything, just come to me. I'll do it for you." The little girl was still a bit ignorant. She couldn't fully understand Jie Mingkong's words. However, she seemed to feel the kindness of the other party. She had a good impression of this beautiful girl in white. Therefore, even though Jie Mingkong picked her up, the girl didn't reject it at all. Instead, she giggled. Seeing that, Jie Mingkong was also very happy. She smiled like a flower. The white-haired young man saw that. His eyes were soft, but there were some different emotions in the depth of his eyes. At that time, Jie Mingkong couldn't understand those emotions. She just felt that the little girl in front of her was quite congenial to her. She was very happy that the little girl became her junior sister. "What's your name?" Jie Mingkong asked with a smile while holding the little girl in her arms. "Lily." The little girl answered in a childish voice, "My name is Lily. Chu Lily." At this moment, Chen Xuanzong, who had only been looking at them quietly, spoke. Hearing this, Jie Mingkong was slightly startled. "Chu Lily? I remember that you have an old friend, Senior Chu Huan, whose surname is Chu. Is Lily his daughter?" Chen Xuanzong nodded and didn't say anything else. Jie Mingkong didn't pay much attention to it at that time. It was not until later that she understood what that name meant. That was because Jie Mingkong found that Chu Lily was different from her. She could walk freely in the world beyond worlds, and everyone knew that she was the Astro Sovereign's personal disciple. As for Chu Lily, she could only live in the Jade Sky Peak since she was young. Even after she officially became Chen Xuanzong's disciple, Chu Lily was arranged to live alone in the back mountain instead of staying in the Cold Wave Temple. Other than Chen Xuanzong, the earthly sovereign, and the concealed sovereign, even the other peak experts of the world beyond worlds didn't know about his existence and whereabouts. The only exceptions were Jie Mingkong, Yu Zhenbei, Wang Zhengqing, and a few others. Fortunately, Chu Lily was optimistic by nature. Although she often felt lonely, she still grew up peacefully. She was especially close to Jie Mingkong and Yu Zhenbei, who were always in contact with her. Especially because Jie Mingkong was too young to take care of her, she was more like a sister and a mother to her. As time went by, Jie Mingkong gradually knew what had happened to Chu Heng. Gradually, she knew what was special about Chu Lily. However, every time she saw Chu Lily's cheerful smile, Jiamingkong's heart would soften. She sincerely hoped that her master could succeed in his attempt. However, as Chu Lili grew up day by day, Jiamingkong found some other signs. As a little girl gradually grew up, her mind seemed to be tied to her master. She had a special relationship with Jiamingkong, so she wouldn't hide her thoughts from Jiamingkong. In fact, she didn't hide her thoughts from Jiamingkong. The overly cheerful and optimistic girl didn't hide her thoughts at all. She especially wanted her master to know her feelings. Senior apprentice sister, do you think my master still treats me as a kid? When Chu Lili pouted and poured out her thoughts to Jiamingkong didn't know how to answer. Of course, she hoped that Chu Lili would give up this idea. However, she was in no position to persuade Chu Lili. It was not only because Chu Lili trusted her, but also because she felt the same way. Yes, although she didn't show it like Chu Lili, Jiamingkong's mind had been tied to her master since an unknown time. Every time she saw her junior apprentice sister persistently confessing to her master, Jiamingkong would feel anxious. She had a strong impulse to be like Chu Lili. Even once would be good. However, every time when she was about to confess, all her courage would disappear like rolling snow when she met Chen Xuanzong's eyes. Her usual frankness and straightforwardness were all gone. Until one day, when Chu Lili's birthday was approaching, Chen Xuanzong suddenly called Jiamingkong over. In front of her was a cute little beast that looked like a white fox with 4 thick and short limbs. Feifei? It's a cub. Jiamingkong recognized it. Chen Xuanzong said, "This is Lily's birthday gift this year. She lives alone in the back mountain. Although you often accompany and take care of her, you don't have much time. This Feifei can relieve her boredom. When it's her birthday, give this Feifei to her. Learning to take care of a little life is also a kind of growth for her." Jiamingkong's eyes flickered and her throat moved slightly. Many words were surging in her chest, but she couldn't say them out. After a long while, she only said one sentence, "Will my master go out on Lily's birthday?" "No such plan." Chen Xuanzong shook his head. "Then you can give it to Lily in person. Lily has been like this since she was a little girl." Jiamingkong couldn't help but say. Her voice lowered, "Lily will be very happy if you give it to her in person. This year is different from the previous years." Chen Xuanzong said calmly, "This year, Lily's mind seems to have changed a little. She has grown up. For me, she is my disciple and also my niece. Men and women should be different. I can't be as casual as before. It's my fault. Fortunately, it's not too late to mend the pen after the sheep is lost." Jiamingkong was shocked at first, then surprised. Then, she felt a little guilty about Chu Lili for having such a feeling. Finally, she felt sad. She was also Chen Xuanzong's disciple, for some strange reason, as if it was her last struggle before death. She blurted out, "Master, for my birthday this year, can I also ask for a gift?" Chapter 1185. As soon as she said that, Jiamingkong felt regretful and wanted to find a hole to hide in. She could clearly see that Chen Xuanzong's expression changed from calm to astonishment. Facing her master's gaze, she lowered her head subconsciously. But soon, she felt something was wrong. She finally said what she wanted to say today. How could she shrink back? Jiamingkong was a tough person. Although she was perturbed, she raised her head again and looked at her master. However, Chen Xuanzong had already moved his eyes away and said calmly, "Lily has been like this since she was a child. It has become a habit. You have never paid attention to this. Why are you acting like a child this year?" Jiamingkong opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Chen Xuanzong waved his hand. "Go." "Yes, master." Jiamingkong pursed her lips and left the sweeping snow pavilion. After going out, she was much more clear-headed and calm. She felt both ashamed and carefree. However, although she said it, she was still perturbed. Jiamingkong felt that her master should have understood the hidden meaning in her words. However, her master not only refused Lily, but also her. However, there was a vague idea in her mind. Jie Mingkong couldn't see it clearly. However, as long as there was hope in her heart, she would inevitably worry about gains and losses. The Feifei, which was named Pingping by Chu Lili, was finally given to her by Jie Mingkong. It was obvious that Chu Lili was a little disappointed. In the past, Chen Xuanzong would give her birthday gifts in person. Although she liked the Feifei very much, and it was obvious that Chen Xuanzong spent a lot of effort to prepare a gift for her. However, this year was really different. Chu Lili was not stupid. She told her master about it this year, and the change in the gift this year was Chen Xuanzong's answer. The girl refused to give up. A brave girl is afraid of being pestered by a man, and a good man is also afraid of being pestered by a woman, she said to Jie Mingkong. Jie Mingkong could only smile bitterly. If she didn't have the same idea, she would have advised Chu Lili. However, she really didn't have that confidence now. She didn't interfere with Chu Lili's decision, but she wouldn't help her either. For Jie Mingkong, she had always been thinking about her master's reaction when she said those words. What Jie Mingkong regretted most was that she subconsciously lowered her head and did not dare to look her master in the eye. However, by the time she mustered her courage and raised her head, Chen Xuanzong's line of sight had already shifted to the other side. Jie Mingkong always felt that Chen Xuanzong was a bit unnatural when facing her, compared to his calmness when facing Chu Lili. This left her with some hope in her heart, but she was also afraid that it was just her imagination and wishful thinking. While worrying about gains and losses, the days on the azure sky peak passed day by day. Until that day came, Kacha. Above the glacier that froze the void, a crack suddenly appeared on the layer of ice beneath the Empress's feet. She was expressionless, but her whole body was overflowing with cold air. The Empress closed her eyes and looked at the mountain peak that stood on top of the glacier in the distance. She didn't speak for a long time. Under the ice mountain, Astro Sovereign was also silent. After a long while, the Empress bowed toward the distant ice mountain and said, "Master, please forgive me. You are very restless today." Astro Sovereign's voice came, "Is there anything special besides the arrival of Xingtang's descendant?" Female Emperor answered, "I was thinking of the past, so I was a bit emotional." Astro Sovereign was silent again. "Master, I'm leaving now." Female Emperor bowed again and said, "I will try my best to help the father and son of the Yin family. Go ahead. Take care of yourself," Astro Sovereign said to her. Female Emperor nodded and turned around to leave. The frozen land of Tranquil Stream regained its silence. Leaving the glacier, Female Emperor looked back at the void and remained silent for a long time. She showed a complicated expression again on her face, which was vaguely hesitating and struggling. "Master, even if you hate me for this..." Female Emperor became expressionless again, turned around and went on her way again. She also chose to leave from the Nine Nether. But when she left, she crushed an ice crystal. The ice crystal drifted in the void and turned into ice mist, which soon disappeared as if nothing had happened. But after a while, there was suddenly a surge of demonic chi in the distance. Then, an extremely horrifying aura came. The horrifying big demons which were equal to the immortal realm were approaching, and there were more than one of them. After a short pause, these big demons left the Nine Nether together and entered the land of Tranquil Stream. Not long after, there were two more lights flashing in the void far away. One was a dark sword light, and the other was a golden and red glow. The two lights also came from the depths of the Nine Nether. But this time, they were not evil demons. After the golden and red glow stopped, a middle-aged Taoist wearing a robe of dragon and tiger showed up. He was the expert of roving Jade Heavens who had fought with Female Emperor, Tranquility Emperor. After the sword light stopped, a young man in his 30s showed up. He was another expert of the Prime Clear lineage in roving Jade Heavens. He was the master of the Purple Light Cave of Tang Miao Peak of Green Duckweed Mountain, Truthful Truth Emperor, also known as Truthful Emperor. When Yen Zhaoge was in roving Jade Heavens, he met Wen Daihong, a martial art practitioner of prime clear lineage, sword sweeping north wind. He was the disciple of truthful emperor. Jie Mingkong has been here before, but I don't know whether she has left the void and returned to the world beyond worlds through the land of tranquil stream in front of us. Tranquility Emperor reached out his hand and opened his 5 fingers. A water dragon flew out and danced in the 9 nether devilish chi in front of him. After a while, the water dragon flew back and fell into Tranquility Emperor's hand. Then, it spat out clouds of fog-like ice crystals. Ancient star frigid iron is very rare. It can be used to refine an immortal weapon. More importantly, it can help to cure the old Grand Master's injury. Truthful Emperor frowned and said, Jie Mingkong intercepted it halfway. We must stop her before she returns to the world beyond worlds. Otherwise, it will be hard to get it back after she enters the world beyond worlds. Tranquility Emperor nodded and said, Let's go and have a look. As they were talking, they went out of the 9 nether together and stepped into the land of tranquil stream. However, as soon as they entered the glacier, they saw the boundless glacier had already turned into a fierce battlefield. The devilish chi was overflowing in the glacier and formed a horrifying vortex, which was going to devour them. Leave as soon as possible. A voice sounded in the glacier. Tranquility Emperor and Truthful Emperor were shocked and doubtful. They wanted to retreat first and see the situation clearly. However, they found that someone had blocked their way back to the 9 nether. Meanwhile, some wild demons in the glacier had already turned to target them. A fierce battle broke out in the land of Tranquil Stream. Outside the land of Tranquil Stream, in the devilish domain of the 9 nether, female Emperor Jie Mingkong was standing in the void expressionlessly. She was making a seal with both of her hands and interweaving them into a ritual. Chapter 1186. The snow-white curtain opened and covered the sky and earth, temporarily sealing the point of contact between the 9 underworlds and the land of Tranquil Stream. The great battle in the land of Tranquil Stream set off wild waves that battered the snow-white curtain and weakened it constantly. However, he was unable to break the seal in a short period of time. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor of roving Jade Heavens were both enraged. If he wanted to cross the land of Tranquil Stream and leave through the void on the other side, he would have to cross the battlefield. Not all of the great demons here were calm and rational. There was no lack of violent and bloodthirsty ones. While attacking the glacier, Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor were also involved in the battlefield. I am Chen Xuanzong of the world beyond worlds, Jade Sky Peak. I am here to stop the water devil from returning. The current situation is caused by my disciple Jie Mingkong. All of you should leave this place quickly and find my disciple Mingkong to solve this problem. There had been no news of Chen Xuanzong for many years. Gradually, the name Chen Xuanzong was not known by the younger generation of martial artists. However, the Tranquility Emperor and the Trueness Emperor would naturally know about the exalted water luminary and the Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, even if they were martial art practitioners of the prime clear lineage. Unfortunately, they were entangled by the great demon and their escape route was sealed. How could they leave just because they wanted to? Moreover, the roving Jade Heavens 2 emperors couldn't be sure who the voice belonged to. They couldn't tell if it was friend or foe, so they didn't dare to trust it. In particular, they could sense that there was a terrifying demonic aura growing under the glacier. This caused them to be even more cautious, as they were deeply afraid that it was the demonic bewitching and deceiving of them. The 3 parties were engaged in a chaotic battle, and the situation was completely out of control. Outside the land of Tranquil Stream, in the 9 underworlds, female Emperor Jie Mingkong closed her eyes and faced the snow-white seal in the sky with a cold expression. Her hands changed the seals continuously, and a ritual gradually took shape. With the involvement of the 2 from roving Jade Heavens, the pressure on Master will be reduced when the 3 parties are entangled. he will be able to buy enough time for Gui Shui demon to take advantage of him. Jie Mingkong took a deep breath. At the same time, these two groups of people would also attract Chen Xuanzong's attention, causing him to be unable to adapt to the upcoming changes. Up until now, everything had developed as she had expected. 1,000 years had passed, and if he didn't do anything, it would still be like this for the endless years to come. This was something she absolutely did not want to see. She had to change everything. Nothing was more important than what was happening right now, and he would not hesitate to pay any price. Jie Mingkong's face was as calm as still water. She put her palms together. The ritual in front of him suddenly turned into a stream of light and expanded in the dark 9 underworlds. In the land of tranquil stream, the boundless glacier shook violently. Even the violent great demons fell silent for a moment as they looked at the changes in the world before them with shock and bewilderment. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor were even more vigilant. Suddenly, a white light was released from the glacier in front of them. It passed through the boundaries and reached the endless outer realm. Then, a huge rune appeared in the void. The seal rotated, emitting a gentle white light. As it flickered, it caused one's heart to palpitate. A long sigh came from the glacier. Mingkong, why are you doing this? At the same time, another faintly discernible voice rang out in everyone's ears. It seemed to be illusory. Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor couldn't understand what he was thinking at the moment. However, they were experienced and knowledgeable, so they immediately realized the will of the great demon. As expected, those great demons who were attacking all the living beings in front of them just now all rushed to the glacier at the same time, no matter who their target was before. As for Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor, those great demons didn't care about them at all. An unparalleled great demon was sealed in the glacier. He gave the order just now, so these great demons attacked the glacier together? Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor frowned. Is it true that Astro, sovereign of the world beyond worlds, has been sealing the water demon all these years? They wanted to stop those great demons, but they were worried that it was a trap. Looking up at the white light rune in the void, they were both shocked. This rune seems to be pointing at the roving jade heavens? No, it's pointing at someone in the roving jade heavens? It was related to female Emperor Jie Mingkong, but also in the roving jade heavens. Chu Lily. The two emperors of the roving jade heavens both took a deep breath. Although they didn't know what was going on, they could tell that the change in front of them must be harmful to the roving jade heavens. They looked at each other, turned around at the same time, and rushed to the white curtain that blocked their way. The glacier in front of them seemed to be in danger, but if it was really Astro Sovereign inside, it should still be able to hold on. It would be more effective to find female emperor outside to break the trap. No matter what female emperor wanted to do, it would never be wrong to stop her. Without the great demon, the two true immortal emperors' attacks were extraordinary, and the seal that blocked their way was weakened quickly. In the 9 underworlds, female emperor watched the white light curtain in front of her getting thinner and thinner without any expression on her face. In those years, Chen Xuanzong replaced Chu Lily to bear the body reincarnation ceremony of the water demon's return. Then he stopped Chu Lily halfway and sealed him in the land of tranquil stream. Now, female emperor was going to do the opposite and replace him with someone else. To be the body reincarnation of a great demon, it had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It depended on whether one was born with it or not. Jie Mingkong couldn't do it, and neither could Tranquility Emperor or Trueness Emperor. However, someone could. The one who started the trouble should be untied. Except for Chen Xuanzong, the most suitable body reincarnation of the water demon was Chu Lily. What Jie Mingkong wanted to do now was to return everything back to Chu Lily. The demonic seal that entangled Chen Xuanzong originally belonged to Chu Lily. Although Chen Xuanzong almost became the body reincarnation of the great demon, the foundation was still with Chu Lily. Female Emperor's many years of hard work and preparation were all for this moment. Even if Chu Lily had already pushed open the immortal door, it would still be useless. It originally belonged to her. Even if the foundation was cut off, it would never be extinguished by wildfire. It would be born again when the spring breeze blew. But today, the spring breeze had arrived. It allowed the demonic seal to be reborn in Chu Lily's body, allowing her to become the body reincarnation of the water demon. Then, Chen Xuanzong's predicament would naturally be resolved. In the roving jade heavens, there were profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and prime clear old grandmaster Vine Sovereign. Although it was said that the two of them were in secluded cultivation, they wouldn't just ignore the resurrection of the great demon. Not to mention that Chu Lily might not necessarily become a demon, even if she did, with two sovereigns existing in the roving jade heavens. Even if the water demon came back to the world, he would probably be trapped in the roving jade heavens after being reborn. He might follow the footsteps of Chu Heng and perish not long after he was reborn. Among them, the biggest obstacle wasn't the water demon or anyone else, but Chen Xuanzong himself. Leading the demons here, Trueness Emperor and Tranquility Emperor were all to distract Chen Xuanzong's attention. Master, even if you hate me for this, I won't regret it. Female Emperor's expression was calm. 1,000 years ago, I had already gone mad. Chapter 1187. What happened on that day thousands of years ago was forever engraved in the depth of Jie Mingkong's soul. Every time Jie Mingkong recalled the past, she felt as if her divine soul was burning. After the burning, there was nothing but cold silence. But today she was going to push the burning flame to a higher level. Being in the Nine Nether, her strong mood fluctuations even attracted a large amount of Nine Nether devilish chi around her to gather around her. If one's obsession and evil thoughts were too strong, they might turn into devilish thoughts and eventually become a demon. But at this moment, Jie Mingkong seemed to be burning with endless devilish chi, but deep inside her body, she was cold and calm. She had waited and prepared for this day for a long time. She would never allow failure, especially the failure caused by her own mistake. Even the evil thoughts of the Nine Nether had to make way for today's event. Her persistence, fanaticism, and coldness had been settled for thousands of years, just to ensure today's success. When she saw a hole in the center of the snow-white sky, a sword light and a golden light flew out and rushed into the Nine Nether, Female Emperor was still calm. The sword light and the golden light came to Female Emperor, and then the figures of Trueness Emperor and Tranquility Emperor appeared in front of her. Both of them looked solemn, staring at Female Emperor and the huge, shining light ball beside her in the Nine Nether Demon realm. Inside the light ball, many talisman marks were intertwining and flowing. Faintly, some light was projected from it, passing through the Nine Nether devilish chi and reaching the endless void outside the Nine Nether. There, the white talisman marks were still rotating. Supported by the light, the white talisman marks rotated faster and faster. Did you steal the ancient star frigid iron just to lure us here and buy more time for yourself? Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor didn't say anything. They didn't want to waste time on words, but directly attacked together. Without any communication, they cooperated with each other. Trueness Emperor attacked the light ball to destroy the ritual, and also to attack the enemy's vital point. And Tranquility Emperor attacked Female Emperor herself, so that she couldn't be distracted. Female Emperor closed her eyes, expressionless, and took a step forward. Tranquility Emperor waved his hands and hit Female Emperor together. The space in the 9 underworlds, which was filled with devilish chi, was forcibly torn open. Amidst the chaos, earth, water, fire, and wind spread in all directions. Then, 4 dragons and 4 tigers charged out together, each of them spanning the boundless void, their bodies uncountable, their powerful auras filling the surroundings. As Tranquility Emperor clenched his palms, the dragon and tiger pounced on Female Emperor together. Without any change in her expression, the Empress raised her hand and clenched her fingers together. Her palm was like a saber as she slashed at the dragon and tiger before her. Her slender palm seemed to have turned into an object that looked like a banner and an axe. Under her blade, it was as if she was going to split the chaos, separate the primordial world, and reset the earth, water, fire, and wind. After the hazy darkness was completely separated by the dazzling brilliance, endless flowing water was revealed. Flowing water existed between the natural world and the acquired world. It seemed to contain endless warmth of vitality, but also endless coldness of killing intent. The female empress used her palm as a saber and slashed out with a force that could split heaven and earth apart. Unexpectedly, Tranquility Emperor didn't confront her head-on this time. The ferocious wind tigers and cloud dragons suddenly separated to two sides to avoid the female empress's saber. Then, they gathered again from two sides and launched a joint attack at the center. However, the saber of the female empress didn't slow down at all and was still slashing at Tranquility Emperor. At the first moment when they fought, it turned into an attack against an attack, and both of them were injured. However, Tranquility Emperor looked calm and didn't show any intention to retreat. The dragon and tiger eyes on his Taoist robe lit up at the same time. Two dazzling lights, one golden and one red, shone at the same time, directly lighting up the dark nine underworld. As the dragon and tiger roared, the golden and red lights intertwined and formed a shining armor on Tranquility Emperor's body. With the armor on, the dragon and tiger merged together, the red storm and golden auspicious clouds surrounded him. Tranquility Emperor suddenly looked like a god descending to the earth. His body also expanded instantly and turned into a giant with indomitable spirit. The two had fought more than once before, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. But Tranquility Emperor also knew that the female empress with her eyes closed was not the real female empress. While admiring female empress's cultivation, Tranquility Emperor was also afraid of her. But he still dared to block female empress and ask for the ancient star frigid iron. Besides Trueness Emperor, he must have something else to rely on. Even if you are in Xianming meditation, I still have the immortal weapon, the dragon and tiger golden armor. With the help of the immortal weapon, Tranquility Emperor's momentum surged. He put his palms together, and the dragon and tiger which were attacking female empress also grew taller and more powerful. The wind followed the tiger and the clouds followed the dragon. Under the effect of the red storm, the four fierce tigers which were formed by earth, water, fire and wind roared continuously and became fiercer. Under the contrast of the golden auspicious clouds, the four light dragons became more intimidating and majestic. Female Empress chopped at Tranquility Emperor with her saber, and the sharp blade forcibly broke the red wind and golden clouds which covered his body. But Tranquility Emperor was surrounded by light. With a muffled groan, he withstood the saber of Female Empress. Under the push of his two fists, the four dragons and four tigers attacked Female Empress's temples from both sides with the momentum which could destroy the world. As the wind and clouds surged, Female Empress's figure seemed to be a bit distorted. On the other side, Trueness Emperor didn't care about the fight between the two true immortal emperors. Instead, he stabbed at the light ball with his sword. But at this moment, his heart suddenly jolted, and the warning signs rose sharply. Tranquility Emperor didn't feel anything special. But an unexpected scene appeared in front of his eyes. The dragons and tigers attacked together, and the wind and clouds swept over. Female Empress suddenly smiled, as if the moon had come out of the clouds. At the same time, her eyes which had been closed all the time opened quietly at this moment. The first emperor of the world beyond worlds, Jie Mingkong, who opened her eyes. Tranquility Emperor was mentally prepared, but this sentence still came to his mind unexpectedly. Then, he was dazzled by something. Because Female Empress opened her eyes, and there was a dazzling ice-blue light in her eyes. At this moment, he, who was also a true immortal, didn't dare to look at her directly. His soul felt a cold stab. As if he was burned, but he felt numb and almost lost his consciousness. In a flash, the sky was full of snow. Under the frost and snow, the crimson storm and golden auspicious clouds were all frozen into clouds of ice fog. The roaring dragons and tigers directly turned into ice sculptures, and stopped at the place very close to Jieminkong's head. Previously, she had used her hand as a blade to slash out, but at this moment, the blade that had been blocked advanced once again. The sharp, cold light flashed and broke through the golden wind and clouds. Tranquility Emperor was a seasoned warrior. He drew back his hands and formed a dragon and tiger hug, defending with all his strength to block Jieminkong's attack. The dragon and tiger golden armor glowed, and its defense power was raised to the extreme. White snow covered Tranquility Emperor's body instantly, making him stagger back. After beating back Tranquility Emperor, Jieminkong stood in the center of the void. Her eyes were filled with ice-blue light. She glanced around and then turned to Trunus Emperor. Trunus Emperor's sword was very close to the light ball, but there was endless ice rain falling from the sky. A drop of rain was like a blade. Wind and frost filled the sky. Sharp frost filled the sky. The real wind sabers and frost swords surrounded the Trunus Emperor and turned into an inescapable net of death. Chapter 1188. In the chaotic and ferocious 9 levels of underground, the dark demonic chi was swept away. In this world, there was only wind and frost. With Jieminkong as the center, wherever she looked, the wind and snow turned into merciless blades, slaughtering everything around. The ice rain fell from the sky like an impenetrable storm of blades. The blades made of ice and frost kept hitting on Trunus Emperor's sword light. The sword light kept shaking and couldn't move forward anymore. It was only a foot away from the light ball, but it was already an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't penetrate through. The densely packed blades also slashed at the Trunus Emperor. Trunus Emperor took a deep breath and started to move. Black sword chi burst out from his body. Strands of black chi turned into a tightly woven net, blocking the wind and snow in the sky. Almost in an instant, Trunus Emperor seemed to turn into a huge cocoon and was covered by the white ice and snow. The glittering ice and snow were blocked by the black net. Sharp icicles could be seen through the holes of the net. The black sword edge and the white blade edge were fighting against each other with fierce killing intent. Trunus Emperor's sword momentum didn't stop. In the black sword chi, a red sword light shone and broke the void. The sword light rushed out of the wind and snow as if it broke out of the cocoon and killed all living beings. However, what appeared in front of him at this moment was a pair of eyes that flashed with an icy blue radiance. Jieminkong's expression was cold and indifferent. She raised one hand high with 5 fingers like a blade, and then waved it down casually. With a flash of cold light, blood splashed everywhere. Trunus Emperor groaned. His right hand, which had turned into a sword edge, was directly cut off by Jieminkong's saber. After that, Jieminkong didn't stop and raised her saber again. Tranquility Emperor forced away the ice and snow that covered his body and hurried to block Jieminkong's saber edge for Trunus Emperor. The Dragon Tiger Golden Armor would enhance Tranquility Emperor's power and make him more powerful. Since it was an armor, its defensive power would be more outstanding besides attacking power. Even so, the dragon and the tiger also whined after being hit by Jieminkong's saber. The golden light faded away immediately. The ice and snow covered the sky and was about to freeze Tranquility Emperor and the Dragon Tiger Golden Armor together. Jieminkong! Tranquility Emperor shouted and became more energetic under the heavy pressure. With calm eyes, he reached out his hands and clasped his fingers together. Then he raised his hands together as if he was lifting something. The light flickered and turned into real dragons and tigers, intertwining and spiraling up. The dim light of the Dragon Tiger Golden Armor gathered again. Tranquility Emperor gave up all defense and concentrated its power on Tranquility Emperor's hand. In the end, the dragon and the tiger intertwined with each other. The light surged and formed a huge jade rui between Tranquility Emperor's hands. In the age of ancient legends, during the investiture of the gods' era, the direct disciple of the Prime Qing Heavenly Lord of Lingbao Tianzuan, the mighty person of the Jie sect, the Golden Spirit Goddess, used a dragon-tiger jade rui to overturn heaven and earth. Emperor was a rare direct disciple of Golden Spirit in Emperor's Emperor in Emperor. Back in the royal reed sea of the world beyond worlds, the great Xian dynasty imitated the 5 fires and 7 bird. However, the later generations imitated the jade clear. At this moment, Tranquility Emperor condensed the true meaning of martial arts and his immortal qi and manifested the jade scepter, which was the authentic prime clear orthodox. He clasped his fists and smashed down. At this moment, the real dragon and tiger jade scepter fell down from the sky. At the same time, Trunis Emperor looked serious. Regardless of the injury of his right arm, he made a sword gesture with the index and middle fingers of his left hand and attacked from another direction. Jie Mingkong stood between heaven and earth without any intention of dodging. She crossed her hands in front of her chest and waved them to both sides. Wherever the blade of her left hand went, it was as unpredictable as the snow, which made it difficult for Trunis Emperor's sword to hit her. When Trunis Emperor was in awe, the wind and snow suddenly changed and the blade appeared again. With a flash of cold light, Trunis Emperor dodged to one side and avoided the attack. But his body was instantly covered with several severe wounds and blood gushed out. At the same time, the blade of Jiemingkong's right hand also chopped on the jade scepter condensed by Tranquility Emperor's immortal qi. This strike was not as graceful as that of the blade of her left hand. What it possessed was the unparalleled dominance and sharpness of the world. Wherever the blade passed, the world seemed to be broken into pieces like a mirror. And the jade scepter was also broken. The blade didn't reach its end and chopped on Tranquility Emperor's body. As the defense of the dragon-tiger golden armor was weakened, Tranquility Emperor also got a horrible wound on his body. The world was covered with blood. The 2 emperors of roving jade heavens were both knocked away and the sky was dyed with blood. Only the woman in white was standing there proudly and didn't even move her feet. The huge ball of light quietly revolved. The brilliant runes inside turned into faintly discernible rays of light that extended toward the void outside the 9 hells. It was as usual, unaffected by the 9 hells. Jie Mingkong opened her eyes and Chen Qianhua became an immortal. You should retreat as soon as you see her. Tranquility Emperor looked at the white figure with a pale face. He couldn't help thinking of Cloud Conquest Emperor's comments about the experts below the 3 emperors of world beyond worlds many years ago. Sometimes it was useless to just hear about it. Only by experiencing it yourself could you know the truth. Before today, Tranquility Emperor had already known how powerful female Emperor Jie Mingkong was. Warriors were all proud and unwilling to admit defeat. However, even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit defeat in front of Jie Mingkong. But if he couldn't defeat her one-on-one or barehanded, there must be some other way. Therefore, he still dared to ask her for the treasures which had been taken away. However, only when he saw Jie Mingkong open her eyes did he know how big the gap between them was. She defeated the 2 emperors of roving jade heavens barehanded. Tranquility Emperor even had the dragon-tiger golden armor, a leakless immortal weapon. If they fought one-on-one without any immortal weapon, both Tranquility Emperor and Trunis Emperor would be in danger of dying in a short time. What made the 2 emperors of roving jade heavens especially scared was that Jie Mingkong didn't seem to use her full strength. The woman in white dress stood between heaven and earth calmly. She didn't look at Tranquility Emperor and Trunis Emperor, but at the white runes in the endless void outside the 9 underworlds. Although she didn't look at them, Tranquility Emperor and Trunis Emperor could still clearly feel her cold, killing intent. However, right at this moment, the glowing white seal in the void suddenly trembled. Streaks of blood appeared on the white light and continued to spread. Eh. Female Emperor turned to look at the light ball beside her with a cold look. The runes flowing in the ball of light were trembling and even collapsing. It's not the problem of roving jade heavens. It's. Female Emperor suddenly turned her head and looked at the land of tranquil stream, which was millions of miles away outside the 9 underworlds. Master. Chapter 1189. Master wants to stop the water demon from returning. Although the other demons can't hurt him, they will still distract him. Female Emperor's eyes flashed fiercely. How can he still be distracted to deal with the ritual on my side? She was thinking about it carefully, and then she was shocked. Yen Zhaoge. At this moment, above the endless glacier in the land of tranquil stream, demons were dancing wildly. However, the glacier kept expanding, and the wind and snow kept the demons out of the glacier. In the glacier, Astro Sovereign was in the cold ice, with a wound on his forehead. As the ice blue light flashed, the demonic chi overflowed. However, his eyes were clear and he looked calm. Above the ice sea, Yen Zhaoge was sitting in the void with his legs crossed, and a blood light was flowing in front of him. Previously, he left the glacier and was going to leave the land of tranquil stream and return to the 9 underworlds. However, at the last moment, a voice came into his ears. Zhaoge, please stay. It was Astro Sovereign who sent him a sound transmission. Astro Sovereign was the master of the land of tranquil stream. Even though he was temporarily trapped, and Female Emperor was extremely powerful. However, it was not difficult for Astro Sovereign to arrange someone to sneak into the glacier and return secretly. Therefore, Yen Zhaoge hid in the glacier and watched Female Emperor go away with Astro Sovereign. Then, they watched the demons attack and the 2 emperors of roving jade heavens enter this place by mistake. No one knows a disciple better than me. Your Majesty, you are right. Yen Zhaoge praised. I didn't expect that Minkong would be so crazy. Astro Sovereign shook his head. However, he could see that Female Emperor must have a reason for coming here. Astro Sovereign's eyes seemed to pierce through the void, the demonic chi of the 9 underworlds and the barrier of the domain, and directly met Female Emperor's eyes. The master and the disciple looked at each other with complicated expressions. Master, I won't ask for your forgiveness, and I won't blame Yen Zhaoge. After a moment of silence, Female Emperor murmured, but I must succeed. She turned around decisively and patted on the light ball beside her. The already huge ball of light expanded even further. Streams of light that looked like ribbons shot out from it and crisscrossed with one another. On the other side of the space-time, the white seal shone even more brilliantly, suppressing the spreading blood threads. As for the demon mark on Astro Sovereign's forehead, the icy blue light started to scatter bit by bit. The surface of the white talisman in the air gradually glowed with an icy blue light. Roving Jade Heaven's Great Emperor Kuan Ning and Great Emperor Trunus joined forces, but they couldn't do anything to Her Majesty? Yen Zhaoge remained seated in the meditative position. The Female Emperor is still able to strengthen the ritual. That means that the 2 emperors of the roving Jade Heavens are unable to even restrict her. I heard that His Majesty Tranquility Emperor has an immortal weapon with him. Yen Zhaoge smiled bitterly. There is a saying that is very suitable to be used here. The true immortals of the world beyond worlds can be divided into 2 types. One is the Female Emperor and the other is the others. Shaking his head, Yen Zhaoge did not slow down in the slightest. He placed one hand in front of his chest and made a hand seal, while his other hand pointed at the void above him. Astro Sovereign, this is also the first time for me to try this method. I can't deal with it in a hurry as Her Majesty has been planning for many years. Yen Zhaoge said in a deep voice, please be prepared if something goes wrong in the end. At this time, Astro Sovereign closed his eyes. It doesn't matter. It won't be worse than now. As he closed his eyes, the demonic scar on his forehead also began to slowly close at this moment. The icy blue light kept shining as if it was struggling. Yen Zhaoge raised his head and stared at the white talisman in the air, watching the shaking icy blue light on it. The difficulty for Astro Sovereign was that he had to suppress the return of Gui Shui demon and prevent the effect of female emperor's ritual at the same time. If he resisted the effect of female emperor's ritual too much, he might relax the suppression on Gui Shui demon. In this way, Chu Lily in the roving jade heavens would be safe, but Astro Sovereign himself might completely fall into the demonic way and become a demon. The problem at that time was not whether Astro Sovereign was willing to replace Chu Lily and fall into the demonic way, but who could control Astro Sovereign after he fell into the demonic way. The final result was the official return of Gui Shui demon, one of the 12 devilish gods and devils. What was more embarrassing was that Astro Sovereign couldn't be in a stalemate with female emperor for too long. At first, these big demons in the land of Tranquil Stream were attracted here by female emperor with a special method. They didn't know that Astro Sovereign and Gui Shui demon were fighting here. Now of course they all knew. If other more powerful demons were attracted here, female emperor's plan wouldn't be able to be completed, and Yan Zhaoge and Astro Sovereign would also be in trouble. Therefore, they had to finish the battle in a short time without any delay. From Yan Zhaoge's point of view, if female emperor's plan succeeded and Astro Sovereign got out of trouble, it would be the most advantageous for him in theory. But he couldn't just look at the surface. Gain and loss were never the only factors that affected people's judgment. Astro Sovereign was not black-clothed brocade emperor, and neither was Yan Zhaoge. In this case he had to take a risk. For the sake of Shi Jun and his mother, Yan Zhaoge also wanted to try some of his speculations over these years. Now was a rare opportunity. Having made up his mind, Yan Zhaoge pointed his finger at the void and drew down heavily. Then he wrote a talisman in the air. As the talisman flickered, it flew in front of Astro Sovereign and then pressed on his forehead. Astro Sovereign didn't stop it. He just let the talisman press on the twisting demonic mark on his forehead. Yan Zhaoge took a deep breath and chanted in a low voice, "So I heard, demons save all living beings." He shook his body and showed the body of the dark Buddha again. The palms of the Buddha and his chest rotated in the opposite direction. The blood lines on the white talisman were getting denser and denser. Astro Sovereign, who was in the ice pillar, suddenly reached out his hand. In his hand there was a broken long saber. The tip of the saber had already disappeared. Only the 2-foot-long blade was left. It was as white as jade and was emitting cold air. Astro Sovereign closed his eyes and didn't open them. Inside the ice pillar, he waved the broken saber slightly. In the process of waving the saber, the demonic mark on his forehead suddenly felt less pressure and began to twist and enlarge. Fortunately, Astro Sovereign withdrew his saber as soon as it was released. After withdrawing the saber, he stabilized the demonic mark on his forehead again. Although he couldn't suppress the shrinking of the demonic mark, he also stopped it from enlarging. And it was that seemingly casual slash that directly killed a great demon that was lingering outside the glacier that was hesitant to enter. Those big demons were all powerful demonic cultivators who were equal to martial artists in the human immortal realm. When they besieged the glacier, their momentum was overwhelming. But now, with a flash of cold light, the most arrogant one was cut into two. The big demon that was killed didn't turn into ashes like the others. Instead, it turned into a puddle of black and red blood. The demon blood fell deep into the glacier and formed a blood pool in front of Astro Sovereign. Then the dark Buddha that Yan Zhaoge incarnated slowly sank into the blood pool. Then Astro Sovereign put away his broken saber and waved his hand. A saber of light shining with blood color slowly floated up from the blood pool. P.S. Living in this world, one should always have a goal and a dream. Give yourself some motivation. Otherwise, you will always muddling along day by day until your heart is worn out. So in the next month, in June, I'm going to go crazy on the monthly votes list. Give yourself some pressure, give yourself some motivation, challenge your limits again and try to renew. I hope that everyone can support me and vote for this book in June. Actions are better than words. Tonight, in the early morning of June 1st, I'm going to make a small breakthrough. Book the monthly votes with you. Thank you in advance. Thank you. Chapter 1190. The Dark Buddha disappeared. Yen Zhaoge returned to his original appearance and appeared beside the blood pool. While suppressing the restless thoughts in his mind, he stared at the blood-red light saber that gradually emerged in the blood pool. Astro Sovereign waved his hand and the light saber flew out of the blood pool and fell into his hand. Then, Astro Sovereign waved his saber again. The saber light was illusory, as if it wasn't real. The blood-red light penetrated through the ice and the bodies of the demons outside, but it didn't cause any damage. The saber light went all the way forward and finally reached the endless outer space through the land of tranquil stream. There, on the surface of the white light seal, the ice-blue demonic light kept flickering and entangled with the bloodlines. The blood-red saber light cut through the void and cut towards the white light seal. In the 9 underworlds, female emperor saw it and her eyes burst out amazing light. She directly smashed the huge light ball beside her with a backhand palm. As the light ball was broken, the white light seal in the outer space suddenly expanded. The ice-blue light flickered more rapidly, and the blood lines entangled on it were broken. Female emperor completely ignored the 2 emperors in the 9 underworld. She turned into an ice-blue light and flew towards the white light seal like a saber that could split the sky and the earth. She let out a cold and clear roar and then also cut out her saber. Wherever the saber light passed, there was no sound. At this moment, the whole universe seemed to become a cold and silent world. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong used all her strength in this attack. Trueness Great Emperor and Tranquility Great Emperor felt their hearts palpitate. If she had done that just now, unfortunately, even though Female Emperor was very powerful, the blood-red saber light was like a dream. The ice-blue saber light cut through the universe and penetrated through the blood-red saber light. The blood-red saber light was like an illusory rainbow. Female Emperor's saber light couldn't stop it no matter how bright it was. If it was a real rainbow, Female Emperor's saber could also freeze it and destroy it. However, Astro Sovereign's saber seemed to be in another world and Female Emperor couldn't do anything about it. She looked at the blood-red saber light almost desperately. Finally, it fell on the white light seal. Then, being stimulated by the blood-red saber light, the blood lines on the white light seal suddenly thickened and turned into deep cracks. The cracks worked together, causing the glowing white talisman to shatter into pieces. Mysterious sect. For the first time, Jie Mingkong lost control of her emotions in front of others. She turned her head in despair and looked at the land of tranquil stream, which was frozen into a glacier of hundreds of millions of miles. Her eyes were full of sadness. The white talisman was broken. Astro Sovereign let out a muffled moan in the ice sea under the glacier. The towering ice pillar that sealed his body began to shake violently at this moment. Countless ice shards fell from the top and fell into the sea below. The demonic scar on Astro Sovereign's forehead was twisting violently, emitting a terrifying demonic chi. The violent yet lonely devilish intent almost caused Yen Zhaoge to lose his composure. The thick icicle was finally unable to bear the pressure and shattered. Astro Sovereign was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The devil scar twisted on his forehead, sometimes big and sometimes small. In the void of the outer realm, the Great Empress gradually calmed down after her initial panic. She frowned and looked at Astro Sovereign in the land of tranquil stream. Then she looked at the broken talisman in the void and gradually turned into flowing light. The flowing white light was mixed with an icy blue radiance, which disappeared in a flash. Seeing that, the Great Empress's eyes were gradually filled with surprise and enlightenment. It split. She shook her head in disbelief. Then she calmed down and put the matter aside for the moment. The Great Empress rushed to the land of tranquil stream and broke into the world of ice and snow. At this moment, the boundless and immeasurably enormous glacier that sealed the space for billions of kilometers, was surprisingly melting and disintegrating incessantly. Although the surrounding demons were afraid of the power of Astro Sovereign's shocking saber strike, they all became crazy again at this moment. But the great Empress was even crazier than them. The female emperor, Jie Mingkong, was unscrupulous as she fought against a group of demons on her own. She fought so fiercely that the sun and the moon lost their shine. While Liberal Emperor and Tranquility Emperor in roving Jade Heavens were watching what was happening in front of them in shock. Just now, the white talisman was aimed at Chu Lily in roving Jade Heavens. Now it is broken. Does it mean that the sky is clear after the rain? The two emperors looked at each other and said, or, there are still changes in roving Jade Heavens. The two emperors frowned. Now they were injured and couldn't continue to fight here, so they immediately left and hurried back to roving Jade Heavens. If roving Jade Heavens didn't find anything unusual, they should return as soon as possible to deal with the unexpected situation in case Green Duckweed Mountain was caught unprepared. At the same time, under the glacier, Astro Sovereign finally opened his eyes again and stood up. The devil scar on his forehead was stabilized, and the evil and cold ice blue light gradually disappeared. As the blue light disappeared, a horrible thought came out from the devil scar. It was like thousands of demons roaring at the same time, which was deafening. However, this roar was filled with unwillingness and hatred. A cold, killing intent swept out in all directions, as if it was surging through the entire universe. When the blue light finally died down, the roar also gradually subsided. However, the devil scar on Astro Sovereign's forehead was still there. It was like an ordinary scar, looming under his fluttering white hair. As he stood up, the glacier that froze the whole land of Tranquil Stream officially announced the end of its life. It started to collapse at a speed that was too fast for the eyes to follow. The demons outside the glacier also roared in disbelief and anger. Finally, they stopped fighting and retreated. Unfortunately, Astro Sovereign wouldn't let them go even if they wanted to. In the world of the land of Tranquil Stream, the whole sky was covered with ice and frost, which blocked the place. The ice and snow turned into horrible blades and formed a death vortex, killing the demons. With his white hair flying, Astro Sovereign seemed to become one with the world of ice and snow. As he walked in the wind and snow, the demons fell down one by one and turned into broken ice. Female Emperor had stopped and stood quietly in the dark land of Tranquil Stream. Her eyes were closed again. When Astro Sovereign walked to her, Female Emperor was silent and then said slowly, "Master, now you, Lily and I each bear half of the seal, but the risk is not equal. Either of us can become the embodiment of Gui Shui Demon." Astro Sovereign looked at his disciple, "But it's okay for now. Especially for me, I can move freely. But if I am not careful, I will still be in danger of being possessed by the devil. I need to be careful when I fight with others. If I fight too long and exert too much power, I may give Gui Shui Demon a chance to come back. Lily's cultivation is lower, but her mind is more active. She is more dangerous than me," Chen Xuanzong said calmly without any blame. But he looked at Jie Mingkong with complicated feelings. Jie Mingkong looked at him in a daze. After a long time, she lowered her head and kowtowed to Chen Xuanzong. Then she turned around and disappeared. Chapter 1191. It was Female Emperor's dream that Astro Sovereign could regain his freedom. But when it really happened, Jie Mingkong was too ashamed to face her master. Although the final result was different from her original plan, Jie Mingkong still couldn't look straight into Chen Xuanzong's complicated eyes. If she was facing hatred and anger, she might have felt better. Astro Sovereign didn't say anything for a long time while looking at Jie Mingkong's disappearing figure. He didn't sigh until the white figure disappeared completely. "Your Majesty, we made it. Things are not irreparable. We can still take it slow," Yan Zhaoga said in a low voice. If Jieminkong's original plan led to Chu Lili turning into a demon on the spot and even being besieged by roving Jade Heavens, everything would be over. I didn't blame Minkong. Astro Sovereign shook his head. I owed her back then. Everything that happened originated from my decision. Naturally, I will be the one to bear the consequences. You cannot blame Minkong or Lily. However, what Minkong did today was beyond my expectation. What happened back then had a great influence on her. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge couldn't help widening his eyes. Then he wisely stopped asking. Although he was very curious, he was afraid that something bad would happen if he kept asking. You don't need to be so nervous. Astro Sovereign looked at Yan Zhaoge with a smile. Then he shook his head and said frankly, some conventions are not unreasonable. For example, male masters rarely take female disciples, and female masters rarely take male disciples. Yan Zhaoge's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know much about the past of Astro Sovereign and his two disciples, he still had a lot of guesses based on their weird attitude towards each other. The fire of gossip was burning in his heart. I owed Minkong back then. Yan Zhaoge seemed to understand something after hearing Astro Sovereign's words. Although he was willing to take Chu Lili's place and stay here alone for thousands of years without getting out. However, Chen Xuanzong might only have a sense of responsibility and mission for this little disciple of Astro Sovereign. However, the one who made Chen Xuanzong fall in love was his eldest disciple, female Emperor Jie Minkong. Astro Sovereign looked at Yan Zhaoge and sighed. He didn't say anything more. He wasn't a talkative person, but today's events had shaken his mental state. Yan Zhaoge had just helped them a lot, and he was the descendant of an old friend. Astro Sovereign couldn't help but let down his guard a little. In the past, Yan Zhaoge's grandparents, the sword god Yan Xintong, and the sword emperor Di Qinglian, had interacted with each other. Their love for each other was deep, and they shared the same ideals. This made Chen Xuanzong feel touched. It was also at that moment that Chen Xuanzong, who had never thought about personal matters, felt his heartstrings being tugged slightly. However, that was all. Over the years, he had never met a woman who could make his heartstrings tremble. Until, at a certain moment, he suddenly realized that the white-clothed girl who had been by his side had grown up. In fact, that was before Chu Lili joined the sect. However, Chen Xuanzong didn't show it on his face, and Jie Minkong didn't know about it either. He wasn't sure if what he was doing was right or wrong. Etiquette was definitely incompatible, but what about feelings? Chen Xuanzong, who had already pushed open the gate of immortality and was walking on the path of martial arts with his head held high, felt a rare sense of bewilderment. Chen Xuanzong wasn't angry at Jie Minkong, who acted on her own. Even now, he could still remember what had happened that year. That day. That was Jie Minkong's birthday. On that day, Jie Minkong received a birthday gift from her master for the first time, just like Chu Lili, who was used to it since she was young. Her surprised, nervous, shy, hesitant, and worried expressions were still vivid in Chen Xuanzong's mind. Unfortunately, when he was about to give Jie Minkong a clear answer, he was interrupted. He couldn't say what he wanted to say. Who knew that it would be forever? On that day, the water devil was reborn, and Chu Lili almost fell into the devil and became the new ice devil. It wasn't because she was rejected by Chen Xuanzong many times. Instead, it was because she knew who killed her father, Chu Heng. As a result, the thing that Chen Xuanzong worried about the most still happened. According to the agreement with the other two sovereigns, there was only one solution: sending the ice devil to perish again. And Chen Xuanzong would do it himself. For the water devil who had just been reborn in Chu Lili's body, it was easy for Chen Xuanzong to do it. But he gave up in the end. He should be responsible for the decision he made, but he shouldn't blame it on Chu Lili. In the end, Chen Xuanzong intercepted Chu Lili's demonic seal and replaced her to be the water devil's reincarnation. In fact, in terms of physique, he was the most suitable one to be the water devil's reincarnation. Chen Xuanzong didn't know whether it was the water devil's real target, who wanted to use him as a reincarnation, but he still accepted it. Not only that, but he had also successfully blocked the water demon from returning. However, the price was that he was sealed in the land of tranquil stream between the human world and the 9 underworlds forever. At that time, Jie Mingkong was seriously injured by Chu Lily because she tried to save Chu Lily. After that, she was heartbroken. Just when she saw the hope, before she could feel the happiness and joy, the hope was destroyed, leaving only endless despair and sadness. Maybe from then on, the Astro Sovereign, one of the 3 sovereigns, was not the only one missing in the world beyond worlds. Jie Mingkong was also gone. There was only the profound cold emperor of the world beyond worlds. Female Emperor Jie Mingkong. I don't need to stay here anymore. Astro Sovereign thought about the present and shook his head slightly. It's not suitable for me to go to the roving Jade Heavens. Zhaoge, if it's convenient for you, could you go there for me? The situation on Chu Lily's side was still unknown. After such a thing happened, the roving Jade Heavens would not tolerate her anymore. Even if she stayed there, she would only be up to no good. If Chu Lily left the roving Jade Heavens, she might still be coveted by the big demons. Although all the demons that came to the land of Tranquil Stream had been killed by Astro Sovereign, the news might still be leaked. Your Majesty, you are too polite. I will go to the roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands. You and female Emperor Mingkong. Astro Sovereign sighed and shook his head. He didn't blame female Emperor, but it didn't mean he agreed with her. Female Emperor obviously knew it, so they didn't talk to each other when they met. Time might not be able to heal all this. Only when the truth came to light could there be a final result. However, the result might not satisfy everyone. Yan Zhaoge nodded and didn't ask further. As for me, I will go back to the world beyond worlds. Astro Sovereign said calmly. It happened so suddenly that I could only stop the water demon from coming back. There are some things that I haven't figured out yet. They have been lingering in my heart for thousands of years. Jie Mingkong couldn't get the answer. After all, Yu Zhenbei was not the person involved. Only Chen Xuanzong was qualified to ask about some things. Chapter 1192. Even though the female Empress seldom came to see the Astro Sovereign in recent years, she must have had contact with him before. Moreover, the Sword Emperor knew the situation of the Astro Sovereign. Why couldn't the Astro Sovereign go back to the world beyond worlds to investigate something that could not be done through them? Yan Zhaoge's heart jolted slightly. Such a matter would definitely involve the earthly and hidden sovereigns. Astro Sovereign had already known from him that earthly sovereign wasn't in the world beyond worlds at the moment. Therefore, the one who wanted to go back was undoubtedly concealed sovereign. While Yan Zhaoge was curious, he did not ask about it. The current result was enough to satisfy him. Although Astro Sovereign didn't dare to make a move because he was trying to seal the water demon, his strength was still terrifying. Moreover, Astro Sovereign also had a tranquil-level celestial weapon. That seemingly inconspicuous broken saber was precisely the number 1 saber of the world beyond worlds that year, the broken Cold Wave. This saber's name was Cold Wave, and its blade was 3 feet long. Later on, the Astro Sovereign broke a foot of it with his own hands, and that was how it got the name Broken Cold Wave. The miraculous thing was that while a portion of it had been broken off, not only had the saber not been destroyed, it had instead become even more powerful, becoming a living legend of the world beyond worlds. Now that Astro Sovereign had returned to the world beyond worlds, the pressure brought by earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign to Broad Creed Mountain had been greatly reduced. In particular, Astro Sovereign mentioned to Yan Zhaoge that he didn't plan to return to the Jade Sky peak of the Kunlun Mountain to recuperate. Instead, he planned to recuperate in the Broad Creed Mountain of the Eastern Vast Heaven territory. While there were other reasons for this, it was undoubtedly the most direct expression of support for Broad Creed Mountain and the Yen family. This way, Yen Zhaoge would be able to rest easy even if he headed to the roving Jade Heavens. Of course, this was only in relation to the situation in the world beyond world. Yen Zhaoge also had complex feelings regarding this trip to the roving Jade Heavens. When he first met Chu Lili, he did not expect things to turn out this way. As for Gao Xuebu and the other successors of the prime clear lineage, they would probably have an even bigger headache. He had guessed that Chu Lili often came to the roving Jade Heavens to avoid trouble, but he did not expect it to be such a disaster. When Yen Zhaoge saw Gao Xuebu, the two of them exchanged gazes, both smiling bitterly. Yen Zhaoge chose suitable details to tell Gao Xuebu, telling him the gist of what had happened. Hearing that, Gao Xuebu said seriously, "The female monarch really has a good plan. She wants to save the Astro Sovereign and get rid of the thorn in her eyes with our hands. That's killing two birds with one stone." "How is that Senior Chu now?" Yen Zhaoge asked in a heavy tone. "He has already left the roving Jade Heavens." Speaking of this, Gao Xuebu's dignified face revealed a discontented and helpless expression. "Great Grandmaster, my mother, and my father are all in closed-door training. The rest of us can't detect the movements in Yuzhou in time. By the time I sensed the overflowing devil qi in Chaoheng Valley, it was already too late. And the message from Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor was also too late." Yen Zhaoge frowned. "Devilish qi permeating the area, that Senior Chu, has transformed into a devil? In this old man's opinion, he probably hasn't." Gao Xuebu did not answer immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before replying. After struggling for a while, she should have stabilized her mind. Otherwise, the water demon, who is one of the 12 devilish gods, will definitely cause a bigger commotion when he is reborn. "So that's how it is," Yen Zhaoge nodded, also sighing inwardly. "What would the lives of Jie Mingkong and Chu Lili be like? Right now, I can only hope that this Senior Chu isn't targeted and surrounded by peak great demons." Yen Zhaoge rubbed his temples lightly. "Otherwise, it would be hard for her not to become a devil. I don't know where to find her now." Female Emperor Jie Mingkong was also missing. Su Rian was not sure, but Yen Zhaoge's intuition told him that female emperor might not have returned to the world beyond worlds before she could face Astro Sovereign. How are Cunning and Trueness Emperor? Speaking of female emperor, Yen Zhaoge immediately thought of Tranquility Emperor and Trueness Emperor who were injured by her. Hearing this, Gao Xuebu immediately shook his head. Tranquility Emperor is a little bit better. After all, he has the Dragon Tiger golden armor to protect him. Trueness Emperor is in a bad situation. Although he has already gotten rid of his mortal body after opening the immortal door, his vitality is still greatly damaged after being cut off by female emperor. His foundation won't be hurt by the righteous qi. However, once he is hurt, it will be very hard for him to recover. The 5 qis of the immortals were righteous qi, transforming qi, bright qi, evil qi, and clear qi. The true immortals who had opened the immortal door would use one of the immortal qi to purify themselves and transform their true essence into the immortal qi. However, which kind of immortal qi they should refine depended on their own martial art conception. They might be the same or similar, or they might be complementary to each other. There were also a few people who took the opposite way and sought for the coexistence of yin and yang. Because of this, the true immortals and emperors would have their own differences when they fought with each other. Generally speaking, those who cultivated clear qi were mediocre in all aspects. However, they could lay a good foundation for refining the second kind of immortal qi. When all the other conditions were suitable, it was the easiest for them to go further and break through the pure profound tribulation. Those who cultivated transforming qi were flexible and had almost no shortcomings. Also, it was easier for them to go further. Those who cultivated bright qi were full of vigor and strong in defense and recovery. At the same time, their bodies absorbed the immortal qi the fastest and had the most abundant reserve. They were good at fighting for a long time. Those who cultivated righteous qi would be able to attack with the pressure of Mount Tai and defend like an iron bastion. They would be able to attack and defend well and would not be shaken. However, it would not be beneficial for cultivating the second type of immortal qi. Those who cultivated righteous qi were also not good for their progress. They might lose control of their mind and fall into the demonic Tao. However, those who cultivated righteous qi as the first kind of immortal qi and successfully opened the immortal door would be the sharpest when fighting with their enemies. Of course, the characteristics mainly applied to the same person. Different people's strength would be affected by various factors, far beyond the difference of the 5 qis. I originally thought that female emperor cultivated righteous qi. However, when she opened her eyes this time, I was sure that she cultivated righteous qi. Yan Zhaoge also shook his head. I've heard about what happened in the world beyond worlds, Gao Shuobua said. Now that Astro Sovereign has returned, he should be protecting you since he was a good friend of Exalted Gold Luminary. I can rest assured now. Yan Zhaoge understood what he meant. If necessary, they could come to the roving Jade Heavens. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. Although Yan Zhaoge didn't plan to come to the roving Jade Heavens unless absolutely necessary, he still had to thank Gao Shuobua for his kindness. Zhaoge, you don't have to be so polite. Gao Shuobua shook his head, speaking of which we should thank you. If you didn't happen to come and help Astro Sovereign, this place might also be in trouble. Besides, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. As the old man said, he looked at Yan Zhaoge and said in a deep voice, the conflict between the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands has reached a low point after a few years. They have more spare energy to pay attention to our 3 clear lineage. You have to prevent the Immortal Court from interfering directly. By then, the world beyond worlds might not protect you. Chapter 1193. Hearing Gao Shuobua's words, Yan Zhaoge's gaze turned solemn. As the eldest son of the Profound Sovereign and the Spring Emperor, a figure of the same generation as the Sword Sovereign Yu Zhenbei and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, and managing many affairs of the roving Jade Heavens on behalf of his parents, Gao Shuobua's knowledge naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people. This particular reminder of his was very subtle. The attitude of the Sword Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign amongst the sovereigns of the world beyond worlds was self-evident. And Gao Shuobua's words seemed to not only refer to the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao, you mean? Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes and pointed upwards. Gao Shuobua said slowly, this is what the old Grand Master said in the past. This old man can't be sure, but you have to be careful. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Apprentice Uncle Gao. Yan Zhaoge nodded thoughtfully. He then asked, I was busy looking for the Astro Sovereign earlier and couldn't get in touch with him. Is there any news from the Immortal Court? Also, has the earthly sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds? I haven't heard of it. Gao Shuobua also revealed a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, some time had passed since the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing had been killed. If the earthly sovereign had rushed back immediately upon receiving the news, he would probably have already returned to the world beyond worlds. Similarly, Wang Pu and the others had tried to contact the Sword Sovereign Yu Zhenbei immediately. However, there had been no reply before Yan Zhaoge had left the world beyond worlds. News from the roving Jade Heavens is not as smooth as that from the world beyond worlds. Gao Shuobua shook his head. This old man can't be sure about the current situation of the Immortal Court. The relationship between the roving Jade Heavens and the Immortal Court was even more tense. When the peak experts of the prime clear lineage met with the bigwigs of the Immortal Court, most of them directly fought. However, there was some unconfirmed news recently that the Immortal Court seems to be in some chaos, but the reason for this is unknown. Hearing this, Yan Zhaoge became interested. Oh? Is there a conflict with the blessed lands of Buddhism again? Gao Shuobua answered cautiously, as for the specifics, there is no news yet. Is that so? Yen Zhaoge pondered for a moment before cupping his hands towards Gao Shuebua. Since that is so, I will first return to the world beyond worlds. I hope that I will be able to see the profound sovereign and senior apprentice granduncle Long the next time I come. After taking his leave of Gao Shuebua and leaving the Spirit Leaf Cave, Yen Zhaoge immediately saw Gao Qing. Gao Qing currently had a panicked expression on her face. Seeing Yen Zhaoge, she hurriedly asked, little apprentice uncle, you've already met my grandfather? Do you know about Granny Li? Looking at the anxious Gao Qing, Yen Zhaoge sighed inwardly, nodding. I know. He consoled Gao Qing, saying, don't be anxious. Senior Chu should be fine for now. It's just that he has left the roving Jade Heavens. Why is it like this? Gao Qing did feel a little more at ease, but her face was still filled with worry. He's been fine all these years. Yen Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant as he thought. This is because Chu Lily herself might not be aware that her being able to leave the world beyond worlds safely that year and hide in the roving Jade Heavens might have been the result of someone's deliberate ploy. Looking at the troubled and worried Gao Qing, Yen Zhaoge sighed, consoling her for a bit before sending her off to look for Gao Shuebua before leaving. After leaving the roving Jade Heavens and returning to the world beyond worlds, Yen Zhaoge pondered as he walked. He had finally returned to the world beyond worlds through a wound of the sky. As soon as he had returned and interacted with others, Yen Zhaoge could feel that the atmosphere of the world beyond worlds was clearly different from when he had left. Back when he had just slain the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, the entire world beyond worlds had been panic-stricken as winds and rains had vaguely appeared. When Broad Creed Mountain had relocated to the eastern vast heaven territory and officially established its name as the East Peak of Taoism, this momentum had instead intensified. Most people were watching on, wanting to see how Broad Creed Mountain would face the pressure brought about by the earthly sovereign. Those who knew about the relationship between the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and Yen Zhaoge all felt uneasy. The business of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion had plummeted as a result. At the end of the day, no one thought well of Broad Creed Mountain. While Kunlun Mountain's northern high peaks Jade Capital Crag seemed to be on the same side as Broad Creed Mountain, advancing and retreating together. Still, the Sword Sovereign alone still appeared weak in comparison to the pressure brought about by the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign. This was especially so as compared to the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign. The Sword Sovereign had risen to prominence much later after all. Although the Sword Sovereign's prestige had become more and more powerful due to Yen Zhaoge's efforts, he was still in the stage of accumulating power. He was not like the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign, who were both legendary existences who had established the world beyond worlds. If the Concealed Sovereign hadn't been in seclusion and hadn't declared his position yet, which made things a little suspenseful, the public's opinion would probably be more one-sided. However, something happened not long ago, which changed the situation of the entire world beyond worlds greatly. Before the Sword Sovereign, he had been one of the original three sovereigns of the world beyond worlds alongside the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign. Out of everyone's expectation, the Astro Sovereign who had disappeared for many years had returned. The younger martial artists with lower cultivation might have even forgotten the existence of the Astro Sovereign. However, how could they forget the high-level figures? The Exalted Water Luminary, the original ruler of the world beyond worlds, Chen Xuanzong, was also one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun. The Concealed Sovereign had always been low-key. When the Astro Sovereign was still in power, his influence was even greater than that of the Concealed Sovereign. Maybe the Sword Sovereign, who was active in the current era, had a more direct and deep influence in people's hearts. However, when the opponents were the Earthly Sovereign and the Concealed Sovereign, the Astro Sovereign who was in the same era as them could give people more confidence. Now, few people knew that the Exalted Gold Luminary and the Exalted Water Luminary were very close friends. However, after the Astro Sovereign returned to the world beyond worlds, He didn't return to the Kunlun Mountain in the central June Heaven territory, but stayed in the broad Creed Mountain in the eastern vast Heaven territory. Therefore, people immediately understood the attitude of the Astro Sovereign. Like the Sword Sovereign, he supported the broad Creed Mountain without any doubt. In this way, the situation in the world beyond worlds became stable. The business of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion started to get better. It wasn't that people chose sides. In most people's opinion, the two sides were evenly matched and had reached a balance. The final result was likely to be a compromise to avoid further conflicts and wars. After staying in the broad Creed Mountain as a guest for a while, Astro Sovereign left for the Kunlun Mountain. His destination wasn't the Jade Sky Peak where he used to live, but the restful Immortal Valley where the Concealed Sovereign lived. This became the most concerned thing in the world beyond worlds recently. Everyone was eager to know the result of the Astro Sovereign's trip. Only Yen Zhaoge vaguely guessed that the Astro Sovereign didn't go there for peace talks, but to find trouble. It's almost time. The Astro Sovereign will go back to the world beyond worlds to stabilize his body and further suppress the restlessness of the demons. After resting, he will go to the Kunlun Mountain to settle the score. Yen Zhaoge immediately turned around and went straight to the Kunlun Mountain. The one he is looking for is indeed the Concealed Sovereign. Chapter 1194. Concealed Sovereign Yang Su, one of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted Concealed Luminary. He had always been one of the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity. However, for most people, including Yen Zhaoge, they were still stuck at the level where they had heard about him for a long time. Most of the time, the presence of this sovereign wasn't even as strong as the 5 emperors. If one were to seriously recall the past and present, they would be shocked to find that they couldn't remember any shocking deeds that this profound immortal expert had done. The reverence towards him seemed to only be due to the influence of his cultivation realm. Whether it was the era when the Kunlun 9 luminaries shone in the world thousands of years ago or the era when the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds stood side by side, the Concealed Sovereign was like a shadow that silently hid behind others. It was as if only when the Kunlun 9 luminaries, or the 3 sovereigns of the world beyond worlds, were mentioned would people think of the existence of such an expert. Other than that, people couldn't remember any dazzling battle achievements or any glorious deeds that he had done. There was an old saying that those who were good at fighting had no outstanding achievements. However, for the Concealed Sovereign to remain unknown for thousands of years, he was really too low-key. People's impression of him seemed to be that he lived in seclusion and went along with the earthly sovereign's opinion. However, Yen Zhaoge had never ignored this sovereign whose existence was weak. Not to mention that he was a profound immortal, just by standing there, he didn't need to say anything and he already had a huge deterrent force. Instead, looking at the Concealed Sovereign, Yen Zhaoge vaguely recalled the past. Back in the 8 Extremities world, when they were fighting against the Sacred Sun clan, their core experts were called the 7 Reigning Suns. Among the 7 Reigning Suns, the World Illuminating Lord was the head of the 7 and had the strongest cultivation. However, the person ranked second was the most low-key and unknown Twilight Lord. The reason why the Twilight Lord was low-key was that he was in charge of all kinds of dirty work in the dark. He was the person in charge of the Dark World under the Sacred Sun clan's rule. Therefore, on the surface he was the most low-key. However, to be able to handle all kinds of dirty work, his strength was naturally not bad. Yen Zhaoge wasn't sure if the Concealed Sovereign was the same type of person as the Twilight Lord. As far as he knew, the person who was most proficient in such shady matters as assassination was the exalted Rahu luminary Jian Shunhua. However, there was no doubt that the exalted Concealed Luminary Yang Su was not a simple person. If one really thought that he was only there to make up the numbers in the 9 luminaries, it was not looking down on him, but on Gao Han, Jiang Shen, Yen Xintong and the other 8. Yen Zhaoge sped through Kunlun Mountain, traversing lofty mountains and lofty peaks. From afar, a valley gradually appeared in the midst of the mountains. From the outside, it didn't look like much, but one could feel the abundant spiritual energy in the valley. It was like a tide gushing out endlessly. That was precisely the location of the concealed sovereign's Tao Arena, one of the 3 core regions of the world beyond worlds where authority had once reigned supreme, the restful immortal valley. The concealed sovereign didn't have any disciples, and the restful immortal valley was just like him. It was quiet, and there were only a few attendants managing the place. But today, it was very difficult for this place to remain peaceful. A white-haired youth was standing at the entrance of the valley, looking at the valley in front of him. It was the Astro-Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong. A boy was standing at the entrance of the valley. He showed an awkward expression on his face. He bowed and said, "My master is in seclusion, and he can't meet you. Dear guest, he's in seclusion. He can come out now." The Astro-Sovereign said calmly, "It's fine if fellow Taoist Yang doesn't meet other people. But since I'm here today, fellow Taoist Yang should show his face. He has made us wait for thousands of years. Fellow Taoist Yang will know that I'm here without your notice." The boy's vision blurred. Then he saw the valley, which was like spring all year round, had suddenly turned into a world of ice and snow. Being in this world of ice and snow, the boy didn't feel cold at all. However, all the plants had turned into ice sculptures, which was definitely not an illusion. The ice and snow didn't emit any cold air. It didn't mean that all of these were illusions. Instead, it was because the temperature of the entire world around the restful immortal valley suddenly dropped, and the coldness was piercing to the bone. Except for a few attendants in the valley, all the signs of life were instantly extinguished, and the whole place turned into a dead silence. Even the sunlight in the sky seemed to become cold and gloomy. At this moment, the most famous sacred place in the world beyond worlds was like a fragile ice crystal which could be broken at any time. Fellow Taoist Yang, even if you were in a life-or-death seclusion, you should come back to your senses now. The Astro-Sovereign said calmly, "I'm deeply sorry if you got hurt because of the disturbance. However, what happened in the past has been bothering me for thousands of years. Today I have to figure it out." Today, he was here to make trouble, so he wouldn't care whether the other party was in seclusion or not. As soon as the Astro-Sovereign finished his words, the ice and snow that covered the valley suddenly started to dissipate silently. The ice and snow didn't melt, but evaporated and disappeared in the air. A light black and blue light took over and covered the whole restful immortal valley. The power of corrosion. Seeing this, Yen Zhaoge understood. It's different from the Rahu's power of corrosion. This is the power of corrosion of Jidu, which is also the power of destroying the sun and the moon. The Astro-Sovereign watched all this calmly and didn't do anything. After a while, a voice came from the restful immortal valley under the black and blue light. "Fellow Taoist Qin, long time no see. How are you?" "Not really," the Astro-Sovereign answered indifferently. The black and blue light faded away, and the restful immortal valley appeared in front of everyone again. Because of the previous freezing, the life in the valley, which was like spring all year round, had withered. It seemed that winter had suddenly come. A figure walked out of the entrance of the valley step by step. As he walked, the life was revived. Wherever he passed by, the green grass and the mountain flowers bloomed again. Yen Zhaoge looked at the man and found that he was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He had an ordinary face and a medium build, which was nothing special. To put it bluntly, if you only looked at his appearance, you would immediately be unable to find him in a crowd. Even if you stared at his face for a long time, you might forget what he looked like when you turned around. However, this man who looked so ordinary was the owner of the restful immortal valley. Concealed Sovereign Yang Su. He was the exalted concealed luminary who was one of the new 9 luminaries of Kunlun with Chen Xuanzong, Yen Xintong and Xiao Junwang, and created the current situation in the world beyond worlds. He was one of the most powerful people in the world beyond world. Since you have been waiting for 1,000 years, why are you in such a hurry? The concealed sovereign smiled kindly and said in a calm tone. The Astro Sovereign looked at the man in front of him quietly as if he had met him for the first time. After a while, the Astro Sovereign opened his mouth and said slowly, "Because I didn't want to wait for 1,000 years. A moment is too long, let alone 1,000 years." Chapter 1195. Concealed Sovereign and Astro Sovereign looked at each other and smiled after a while. Daoist Chen, you already know the answer, don't you? The Concealed Sovereign nodded his head. Your guess is correct. I was indeed the one who told your disciple about her father, Chu Heng. Astro Sovereign stared at Concealed Sovereign for a long time in silence. Yan Zhaoge heard them and thought, your disciple's father, Daoist Chu, must be Chu Lily's father. He didn't know much about what had happened in the past, so he could only understand it from the conversation between Astro Sovereign and female monarch. Listening to the conversation between the Concealed Sovereign and the Astro Sovereign, although the clues revealed were fragmented, they were like a string piercing a pearl. Gradually, the scattered information was connected. Is this the descendant of Daoist Yan? And his name is Yan Zhaoge? Concealed Sovereign turned to look at Yan Zhaoge. Your Majesty, Concealed Sovereign, this junior pays his respects. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands to Concealed Sovereign in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. I've been wanting to meet you and your father for a long time, but I didn't have time until today. Concealed Sovereign said calmly. Yan Zhaoge shook his head. I didn't expect to meet your Majesty in this situation either. His eyes moved between Astro Sovereign and Concealed Sovereign, and I didn't expect that it was you who caused Astro Sovereign to be frozen outside for 1,000 years. This directly caused the world beyond worlds to lose an expert in the profound immortal realm. It was a great loss for Taoism, which had been revived after the Great Calamity. If Sword Sovereign Yu Jinbei hadn't risen up and filled the gap, the situation of 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors in the world beyond worlds might not be maintained. Although Concealed Sovereign rarely expressed his views, he had always been committed to the stable development of the 3 clear lineage, just like Earthly Sovereign. What he did back then seemed to be in conflict with his usual policies. Being frozen outside for 1,000 years doesn't mean that he has fallen or become a demon. Concealed Sovereign said calmly, when the situation calls for it, I can help Daoist Chen at any time. Astro Sovereign said coldly, Minkong's ritual was indeed learned from you. In the past, Astro Sovereign and Astro Sovereign were mainly responsible for the study of the demon suppression method. Although the female monarch was a disciple of Astro Sovereign, she didn't know much about it. The ritual he performed before was exquisite. Astro Sovereign was distracted by the demons, so he could only let him do whatever he wanted. If Astro Sovereign didn't secretly ask Yan Zhaoge to stay, Chu Lily of the roving Jade Heavens would definitely bear the devilish seal alone. Judging from your expression, it seems that things are not going as planned. At this moment, the Concealed Sovereign revealed a pondering look. Is it because little friend Chu bore the devil seal by himself and didn't become a devil? I don't think so. Although she has pushed open the immortal gate, she is not strong enough to stop the water demon's return. If she became a demon and escaped from the roving Jade Heavens, fellow Daoist Chen, I'm afraid you wouldn't be so relaxed. Concealed Sovereign noticed the scar on Astro Sovereign's forehead and said, Your scar, Astro Sovereign said indifferently. Now that things have come to this, your original plan doesn't exist anymore. However, the confusion in my heart has yet to be solved. Although you and I are not close friends, we are still on the same path. There was no enmity between us back then, so why did you plot against me? You want me to kill Chu Lily and stop the water demon's rebirth? Concealed Sovereign smiled. If you just want to kill little friend Chu, I can do it myself. It's not like I don't have a chance. I can see that you want to protect Chu Heng's daughter. According to our speculation and research at that time, if she becomes a demon, you will definitely choose to sacrifice yourself and bear the burden for her. After all, you are more suitable to be the reincarnation of the water demon than her. So, I have been your target since the beginning. Astro Sovereign raised his eyes and stared at him quietly. After a long time, Astro Sovereign suddenly said, "You were really weird back then. I was right." After a short silence, Concealed Sovereign smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Chin, you are really sharp. So, I have to ask you to leave the world beyond worlds for some time." Hearing this, Yen Zhaoge squinted his eyes. He looked at Astro Sovereign. Astro Sovereign said slowly, "I already know what happened to Fu Jinxiu of the ingenious Flying Peak, the grand disciple of Taoist Xuanzhong. At that time, I only suspected it. But now I know that you have already planned to harm the Grand Clear lineage. Fu Jinxiu's current tribulation must be your doing. Although Taoist Xuanzhong's lineage is not from the Jade Clear lineage like us, but from the Grand Clear lineage, they are also from the Three Clear lineage. Fu Jinxiu is the most outstanding talent in their lineage. Why did you plot against him?" Hearing this, Yen Zhaoge let out a long breath. The mystery that had been in his heart for a long time was finally solved. Brocade Emperor was really cheated. At that time, Yen Zhaoge had been wondering how could Brocade Emperor make such a big mistake in his cultivation. In the process of changing from being a womanizer to being devoted to one person, besides Fu Ting, Brocade Emperor also had a daughter, Meng Wan, which almost destroyed the foundation of his cultivation. What was more strange was that Brocade Emperor didn't seem to realize this before he met Meng Wan. Not only did he go the wrong way, but he also didn't realize it. This was even more unbelievable than a simple mistake in cultivation. How could a true immortal emperor, who had pushed open the immortal door and had a leakless body, have a daughter without knowing it? Not to mention Brocade Emperor, any martial artist who had made great achievements in martial arts could control whether they wanted to have children or not, unless they were forced to do so. But it was even more ridiculous to say that Lu Xianting, Meng Wan's mother, could do that. However, if Concealed Sovereign was behind this, it would be hard to say. Fu Jinxiu is indeed a rare talent. Unfortunately, he went the wrong way at the beginning. Concealed Sovereign answered calmly, because of the pressure from Mars Halberd, he was so eager to push open the immortal door that he gave others a chance to take advantage of his weakness. We all know that Fu Jinxiu became an immortal by luck. There is a secret in it, Concealed Sovereign said with a smile. Take advantage of his weakness? Astro Sovereign frowned. You mean? Concealed Sovereign took a look at Yen Zhaoge and said with a smile, no need to hide it. This little friend Yen and Fu Jinxiu's eldest daughter have been to the immortal court together. So he has already heard of the name of immeasurable heavenly lord. Hearing this, Astro Sovereign's face changed slightly. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will tell you the details later. Yen Zhaoge gave him a look to calm down. The Concealed Sovereign looked at the scene with interest and continued, Taoist Chen, you guessed it right. It was the immortal court that helped Fu Jinxiu to push open the immortal door so early. It was all because of their help. Fu Jinxiu himself was still ignorant at that time. He thought that he had a lot of good fortune. However, after this cultivation deviation, he reflected on every corner of his spirit like never before. So he should know that there was something wrong with that fortune.